Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Sherman, Kurt with you on the program. 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. And Doug, you always say Fridays are for phone calls. Yeah. And before the show even started, Chairman Kurt engaged in what can only be described as a heated phone call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, where you can call in and be part of the presentation at 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt, what's going on?
That was a gentleman out of Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, that's kind of our...
Is that the porpoise?
That could be the Pensacola porpoise. We are really big in Festus and Pensacola.
He was...
when Hubbard made the move to bring TMA over here, they said, if you guys can corner Festus and Pensacola, we'll be happy. So we have done it.
So the thing is, he was looking for the unsportsmanlike phone lines.
Oh, okay.
Calling in to talk to Michelle Smallman.
I think so.
Oh, is that right?
And I decided just to humor him a little bit, and he was wanting to know if, I guess they're doing some sort of giveaway for some sort of trip to Wisconsin, something NFL
Martin,
related.
there you go. That's
Give
good
him the
point.
trip.
Well, he wasn't sure if Florida people were eligible, so he was asking me about the requirements. I didn't necessarily have an answer for him, but we just chatted it over a little bit.
Okay.
Kurt, are you taking questions?
Always.
Okay.
Nice.
So the guy in Pensacola called this station. So was he listening to 101 ESPN in Pensacola?
You know what? He had to have been. I don't know
Right.
how else he would have
So kinda
stumbled upon the
strange,
number.
right?
But, yeah, nice gentleman. We talked for 4 or 5 minutes. And
Give him the trip.
I don't necessarily have that authority. But
Okay.
Do you think Unsportsmanlike and Michelle Smallman's show have a more vigorous call filtering process than we do? Or do you think it's
I
like
don't think
us?
you can have a less vigorous call filtering. So therefore, my answer by default is either tie or yes.
Yeah.
I want the phones to ring right now, and Jackson just hit punch it. I mean, it
put 'em
might be
right
Dave
on?
Duncan. You just put him right on. You
There was
just hit put on.
there was an era of TMA where like Doug would be in the middle of some take, and then someone would just pod up caller Adam in the middle of nowhere, and he would interrupt Doug's take.
that sounds like a plowhog vehicle.
Yeah, that does. Flag is getting comfy.
I think, didn't Joe Buck, he loves the ticket in Dallas.
He
and
does.
And he was telling me, you need like line 4 guy, like he's just there. And like you don't acknowledge, you just pot him up and he like starts talking and he's just kind of there.
Larry Nickel, if you would like to have that role today, call in 314-974-0101. Another way that listeners communicate, and I think this is the most prominent way listeners communicate on this program, is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And that number is 314-399-9646. Save it in your phone, and then the next thing you know, you're just talking it over throughout the program. Also of note today is the last day until April 1st. Jackson Burkett will change your name or give you a name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. He does it in the first week of each month, and then it's over. So, I'm looking at the text inbox right now, and of the 15 texts that are on the screen, 3 do not have names saved. And you increase the probability, according to Doug's Gallup poll, by 38% if you have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. So seize the opportunity, because once 11 o'clock rolls around today, Jackson shuts it down and he focuses on Kentucky game film.
That's right. Crushing tape.
You're going to go over their game film?
Someone has to,
You think Gates isn't?
No, I'm sure he is.
Okay.
But I'm just doing my part.
As a scholarship player.
That's your role.
You got to find a way to contribute. I don't think that I'll be out there helping the team in the man-to-man full-court press. But if I can help on game film, I think that's a good way to
You
contribute.
could be Ollie in Hoosiers, a little guy that got out there and made a free throw.
Yeah,
Right?
Granny.
Granny style. Yeah.
I think you could score a point if you got like 15 minutes of game time.
15 minutes.
Oh, boy. The game is
Inevitably,
really
you just
fast.
fire up a 3 from the logo and one would go.
But they would keep
But
me
they'd
in no
take you
matter
out.
what.
Well,
That's the thing. Is like,
no, you
That's
have to
what
play.
Doug says. You get 15 minutes.
You have to play a regular 15 minutes.
no, I don't. I really
I think
don't.
he could cherry
Couldn't score
pick, like
anything?
just kind of run down the court a little early.
Yeah, but if you get like one of those passes where you have
The weight
all
is
day,
there.
but there's someone flying in on their horse behind you.
Yeah.
It's like unhitch the trailer, Jackson. We got to finish this layup.
The speed of those guys is what's
That's what kills you. I mean, not to mention the size.
Martin Pensacola Porpoise wants it on the record that he was not the one calling in from
Okay.
Pensacola talking to Chairman Kurt, one of our many Pensacola listeners, and the Porpoise is just one. So if you want to call into the program, Chairman Kurt standing by, Pensacola or otherwise, watch the show, youtube.com/TMASTL, and participate in the conversation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, your Stiefel dossier today? Joey Vitale at 8:15.
Okay.
The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And also chiming in from Southern California, just like his cohort, Jamie Rivers did a couple days ago, from your St. Louis Blues in the midst of his 11-game point heater. Friend of the program, Robert Thomas, is at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Then you got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I have to tell you, when I heard the Colton Parayko news yesterday, I was so just
crestfallen.
yeah, that's actually, I think, the word.
You were crestfallen.
I was listening to 101 ESPN, running some errands yesterday afternoon, and heard the news. Chris Kerber was on with Anthony Stalter, Kerry Davis, and Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse with Jamie Rivers out in California. And then I listened to the interview with Jim Montgomery. and you just go from this high, as Anthony Stalter was saying. He's like, we were planning on having these conversations with Chris Kerber and Jim Montgomery, and the high of the streak and the way the team has been playing since the Four Nations, an overtime win, closing in on a playoff spot, feeling incredibly good, and then just bang, out of nowhere, you got Parayko out for 6 weeks with getting that knee scoped, and crestfallen's the right word.
Yeah, I think we're all crestfallen. I think now maybe the move is to trade a draft pick and some player that doesn't have a big role right now, and Blues, and try to bring in a veteran defenseman.
Oh.
I think that's what
You're
I would
saying
do.
Army's shopping list changed dramatically. You know, Strickland actually mentioned a defenseman yesterday prior to this even. I just think it sucks so bad because the guy had been, I don't think he's been a punching bag, but people have been kind of always struggled to embrace his talent or have been frustrated at his level of play. Like, oh, there's so much more there, or shoot that big shot. And this was the year it seemed like he kind of emerged and was a star on the team.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Bernie Federko said a couple of weeks ago he thought he was the MVP of the team, Parayko.
So this thought process wasn't even on my radar, but I find this to be quite interesting. I wonder how many other fans view it through your lens, because honestly, I'm totally the opposite. You're viewing it through the lens of bring somebody in, and I'm viewing it through the lens of it's over. And I know that'll be unpopular with some people, but once again, the great news is I'm not running for office yet, and I just don't care. I just don't care. It's great. I don't care. So I think it's over, and I would imagine Doug Armstrong's aware of that, and therefore he would not be taking the route you take. I want it to not be over, but I think it's over.
I don't think there's anybody, but there's nobody you could trade for that's going to be on par. So it's kind of like you're doing it just for a body, maybe.
Well, you might get somebody better than Tucker, who right now figures to fill in as a number 6 defenseman. No, there's no way you're going to get an all-star defenseman. But you might get somebody that could, patch the hole a little bit, give you a chance. I would not give up.
Would love to know, in Army's world, was he just sort of like leaning like, I was going to sell, but you know what? And again, Schenn can, veto any trade, so sell could be a lesser part. But did Army hear the news himself and say, all right, it's not happening? Like, he was on the fence, and then that kick to the gut. The timing is unbelievable.
It's brutal.
Right before the deadline, just as your team's kind of making a push, you're still, 2 points out. Calgary lost in overtime, so they did pick up a point.
Point at Dallas, that hurt.
Yeah, so they get a point there, so you're 2 back. But you're still kind of in the mix. We've been debating this. This is our new Arenado. This is our new daily debate. But I'm sure Armstrong was kind of thinking, I don't know, maybe just leave it alone. And then the Parayko news, the timing is, all right, you're way less of a team today than you were yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I just would never give up. When you're this close, I would never give this close and this much of a season still to play. I wouldn't do it.
I think they'll just stand pat at this point.
The Blues have turned it around because of Colton and Binnington. They saw how well they played in the Four Nations and realized how half-assed they had been playing. That's from the 314. Maple Leafs are going to get desperate today and give Army his asking price for Schenn. That's from Cuckleberry Finn. A lot better than it happening post-deadline. That's from the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer.
Gosh, what does he know? He's huffing fumes.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
By the way, that name is taken in case you were looking to
but
register.
Yet not saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Yeah, the person just signed up. I don't know. They could be misrepresenting.
Oh, this is one of those days we lose him to clerical. Look at it. He's just over there typing.
Is that what's going on? You're in clerical work, Jackson?
I'm locked in.
Yeah. But we're over here, and you're over there.
You guys are talking puck. I mean, I'm of no help.
This is a good time for him to tap out.
Know your role. Everyone needs to know their role. Okay. I know when the hockey talk starts, that's when I get some business done.
So you were not crestfallen?
No.
Well, probably doesn't even know who he is, honestly.
Double nickel.
Yes.
Parayko. Seems like a very nice guy.
He is. He's
super
a great
nice
guy.
And that was kind of the knock on him, that he was too nice for that big body that he could take. I just heard Kerber, I think it was Curbside. He and Cam were saying how they call him Beast. It might have been during the play-by-play, one of the highlights. The team had started to call him Beast because of the way he was playing. And the irony was that he was always a little bit, people thought, too soft for his size. And now everything was just sort of coming together for him.
Well, he doesn't have a last name that translates well into a typical hockey nickname.
Yeah,
Perry.
Right.
They call him Perry.
Perry is what it is.
Remember Berube in the Game 7? Perry was part of that profane introduction to the ice. And Montgomery said, he goes, I didn't think it was anything. When he fell down, we all kind of just thought he fell down.
Kind of laughed about it. He fell.
That's ass over tea kettle was the theme yesterday.
His legs went akimbo.
I look back at the replay. He did. It's funny because as a hockey player, your instinct, he knows what's happening. As soon as he goes down, he knows that's bad news for Binnington. He did kind of swing his stick at the guy to try and slow him down a little bit. But he got back up, and that's what Monty said. Can I call him Monty? I felt like I was on the team. Yeah, that's embarrassing. But Montgomery said that just shows how tough he is. He got up and for a minute was moving around on that knee.
Sharon from Clayton / Sanibel / Maui / Michigan / Ireland / Australia / South Africa had an all-time mic drop on the fast lane. Pull the audio, Piddles. That's from Marcia's burner. Marcia's burner. Jackson's in the middle of changing dozens of names right now, or giving people dozens of names in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I was listening to the fast lane yesterday, heard Chris Kerber on, and I heard Jim Montgomery on, but I did not hear Sharon from Potpourri of Locations mic drop.
That person, Marcia's burner, texted that in.
Yes.
On the keyboard, you type out the word please and things get done a lot.
Oh! Boy, you can tell Missouri basketball struggling with that kind of attitude, Doug.
No, that would be, I could be on the highest of highs. That's just, you talk to people how you want to be talked to.
Treat others how you want to be treated. Think about that, Doug.
The golden rule.
Yeah. I know. Doug always says, don't tell me what to do. That guy just literally told me what to do. But I will pull it because I do like a nice mic drop.
Okay. All right.
I think you're a little feisty today.
No, not at all. People always say that. People are always like, "Oh, Jackson's feisty," when they treat me like garbage, and I stand up for myself a little bit.
No, I'm not saying in that regard. Easy. Oof.
See, this is precisely.
No, I'm not saying because of that. Just in general, you seem a little. What did you do?
Not at all. It's Friday. Missouri has our last regular season game tomorrow.
You got bottle service at Wheelhouse tonight?
No bottle service at Wheelhouse, but I'll be up in Columbia tomorrow. Life's good.
You staying overnight?
Probably not. Early game like that. I'll probably come back in town. I'm not sure though yet.
Going down
to
early.
Be decided.
What time are you rolling out?
Early tomorrow morning.
I was available. Well, thanks.
All right.
It's fine.
Apologies. I'm going to get this mic drop fired up.
Okay.
Give me a moment. It's going to take me a second.
Feels like we've hit a bump in the road.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger over there, and it's really tough.
I'm
I
great.
think it's about the Oklahoma loss. I think it's about the Vanderbilt loss.
I'm doing great.
I definitely do.
Maybe you'll be cheered up when the Billikens beat Duquesne tomorrow. Jackson, last regular season home game for the Billikens Saturday at 7 p.m. versus Duquesne. Tickets starting at $10 on slewbillikens.com. The first 2,500 fans will have a chance to play basketball bingo to win prizes. It's also senior night, recognizing Gibson Jimerson, Isaiah Swope, and Kobe Johnson with a post-game ceremony. 2025 and 2026 season ticket deposits are now available. Visit slewbillikens.com as 2025-2026 season ticket deposits are now available. Visit slewbillikens.com. $10 for tickets starting tomorrow for the Billikens and the final regular season home game. Get involved in the program. Many are, boy, Jackson, I'm telling you, you are going to have clerical work galore. The number of texts and the people who want their name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I don't even know if it's possible today. I don't know if it's possible.
Oh, it's possible. I'm going to get it done.
All right.
The Pop's going to the game tomorrow?
No. Me and my buddy who was up in Columbia.
Oh, Herb.
No, not Herb. Herb's back in Hell's Kitchen.
God, do you have any friends that are in the state?
Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Yeah, my buddy who lives in Columbia.
Why do your friends hate Missouri? Jeez.
Oh, don't open this door when he's a Banny Rooster. This could really...
I'm not a Banny Rooster. This is a...
Okay, well then answer Martin's question, Doug. This could be dangerous. I'm warning you.
Why do my friends...
Well, it seems that they're all elsewhere.
A lot of them. But that's not uncommon for young people.
You're at the age where St. Louisans go somewhere else for 5-6 years and then they come back.
Doug's nailing it. Mm-hmm. Some might come back, some might not.
But you would say it's a higher percentage of people who graduate from Ladue, Horton, Watkins leave what I think is the greatest city in the world.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I tell them too. I go, wait, you think you're better than us? I gave this take when Thanksgiving was around. You know, they'd all come in. I don't like Thanksgiving Eve, Thanksgiving because we like pregame and everyone's like, oh,
you like the carpetbaggers, eh?
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, isn't it so cute to be back in like this town? Like, oh, we're kind of hanging out. in this crummy little town. I'm like, yeah, thanks.
Oh,
I know, and I'm like,
that's why I told you, Doug. It's going to be a
You dropped
problem.
the mittens.
I'm like, yeah, thanks. I live here, but it's tough.
Are they waiting to see what we do with the Rams money before they come back?
If we get a second trolley, they'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Well, I understand that. So they're going to leave New York City to come back here because of a second trolley?
And marvel in its glory.
Well, bar's kind of low.
I went to one of the basketball games yesterday, Arch Madness, courtesy of Recovering Alcoholic from Belleville. Thank you for the tickets again.
Go to the Carbondale game?
No, I went to the Missouri State, Indiana State game. Illinois State game. Illinois State and Missouri State. Not close. But I was started to say, perhaps they could use some of that Ram settlement money to pick up some of the trash around St. Louis.
Oh, I've heard.
The roads are just filled with trash. Sidewalks, trash, highways, trash along the highway. It's just so frustrating.
Well, that federal money's already been earmarked, Doug, for other projects and such.
And such. You got the bulk of it.
Rams money is in a holding pattern.
Why do we have
Where
to
was
be
the
so
trash?
dirty?
Just
It's
around the
everywhere.
Enterprise Center?
Well, and the sidewalks leading up from the parking lot to the building, and then you get on the highway, and there's trash all over everything. Why do we have to be so dirty?
Yeah, you dirty boy.
Yeah.
Well, if Jackson's friends are listening, I don't think this is going to reel them in.
St. Louis sucks!
Oh,
and I'm moving back in the fall, though, and I'm not too tickled about it. That's from one of Jackson's good buddies. Also has some kind of relationship that is still to be determined with the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Doug, that's sweet Kai. He's moving back. I thought he's been, like, raking bunkers in Cape Cod.
He's been in the Martha's Vineyard all winter, wintering in the vineyard.
That'd be kind of fun because it probably empties out.
Empty.
Kind
Absolutely
of have the
empty.
run of the place.
And then they'll be in Cape Cod over the summer. They're getting married this summer, and then they'll be back in St. Louis.
Well, there are many areas of the St. Louis community that are about as pleasant a place to live near a big city as you can find.
Absolutely.
It's just certain areas, not so much.
Just
Certain
like
areas
every
are
city.
really hurting.
Just like every city. Yeah. Every city has certain areas that are hurting and some areas that are just awesome. Mm-hmm. You can't judge.
Hey guys, Donnybrook is bleeding into your guys' feed. That's from Arbor Day. I swear last night, like 9:30, we're going to bed, and my wife was finishing putting our 3-year-old to bed because, of course, why wouldn't the 3-year-old still be up at 9:30?
Is it Donnybrook?
And he wanted to watch Donnybrook, and I was about to hit play on Donnybrook, and she goes, "Oh, I got back just in time to keep that from happening." Doug, I love me some Donnybrook.
I do too.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, Alvin Reed, yeah.
Sure. He's rock chalk.
I haven't seen it in a while, but every time I do stumble upon it, I like it.
My brother goes to the live events, the Donnie.
Is it a pony?
Donnie Fest or whatever. Yeah, he loves it. Oh my God.
They have a girl next door type of contest?
No. No, that would be, oh wow. That would be wild.
It would spice it up a little.
He watches it live, he loves it.
I'm inside of Kai as we speak. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. They ought to call in. Guys, when DraftKings goes live in St. Louis, I heard you will be able to bet the over-under on how many times per day the loop trolley will hit a parked car. They're going to take that bet.
Really close. Oh, gives it to Brian. Brian, roof daddy! Get the shingles out. We need to replace them as he went upstairs, and there's a hole. Fix it before the rain comes. Woo!
And that was the call of the Stars beating the Flames last night in overtime?
I think it was, yeah. Clearly an NHL quality.
Here is Jim Montgomery yesterday on the fast lane talking about Colton Parayko's injury.
I mean, we're not going to replace him. That being said, the feeling in our room right now, it just continues to build. If you would ask me this a month ago, I'd say, I don't know how we can recover. But we're going to push through. It's going to be the next man up mentality that you have to have. And we have a lot of confidence in our decor about how much more each individual on that decor can handle to eat up and share the minutes that Parayko gave us.
Doug probably not happy
A little
with
bit of
the
a
other
rough ending there. Might have picked a different out point, but I don't know. I'll just sit here. Sit here and like it, I guess. Guess we got the point. We got the main gist of it, even if it wasn't that smooth. But
Antonio, like it was a jagged
better than not having it. Better than not having it.
Antonio Brown Teammate Award to Doug Vaughn.
Wow. Again, and I love Jackson. Again, a little edge, but I'm okay with. I am okay with it. You're a little tired. By Friday, all the shrapnel
you
adds
banging
up.
in Little Rock, eh?
No, I got a great night's sleep. I'm very content right now. I'm just sitting
You're just
over
not
here.
going to take any more crap. Good for you.
Well, I just,
Even if it's from a longtime teammate like Doug, you're going to push back.
if it's a reciprocal ball busting, like you're gonna come break my, but then I'll break them back. It's just, it's all love though.
Tim, people are busted on me saying Perry was Perron. The lineup.
Oh, is that Kwame Voyoukas the fourth going after you?
Yeah. Gave me a B- for Bruce Weber's, Brad Underwood's book. I got a B-. But the famous pregame speech, Craig Berube, he says, Sonny, Bo, Perry. So Sonny is Sundquist, the fourth line. Barbashev and Steen. Bo and Perry, Bouwmeester and Parayko were paired up. And Binner. That's the line. So Perry, and maybe Perron was also called Perry. But, so I was being called out for that, Tim. That was not a mistake. However, I do have an errors and omission I have to own.
Nice. Kind of like Tony Reale.
I was saying that I thought City was at home on Sunday night, Doug, and I don't know my doggies. They're actually in L.A.
They're in L.A. We talked it over with Tower 12.
I know, but did we say to him they're at the Energizer Park? Or did we say they were in L.A.?
Yeah, said it with the.
Okay, I kept thinking, or I think I said it on TV, they were at home. So I apologize.
Did you take a heated call from?
No, I just looked at the schedule and I said, oh, crap. They're actually in L.A.
Two Fox going to cover that one?
We're going to miss this one.
Good morning. I would like to apologize to Jackson for not saying please regarding Sharon and Clayton, Maui, Michigan, and also Ireland's mic drop. And to the whole team for getting Jackson all riled up this morning. That's from Marsh's burner. So he wants to apologize, Jackson, and maybe put you in better spirits on this phone call in Friday.
First of all, thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I asked for is just a little please. And I'm feeling great. Feeling great. Feeling a little gaslit that I'm upset, because honestly, just feeling really good.
Yeah.
But, that's part of the deal. I'm just in here entering names like the Dickens.
When people feel you're being gaslighted, though, then you get really edgy, and all of a sudden, like, it's self-fulfilling, because then you get edgy, and you're like,
right.
It started by me saying
it manifests itself.
And you're like, you're gaslighting me. Why are you gaslighting? I'm not edgy at all.
Yeah,
like,
and then I turn edgy, right.
Yeah, it's self-fulfilling.
Yeah.
By the way, Chairman Kurt helped double-check the audio from Game 7 pregame. Thank you, Kurt. For the Perry Binner.
And it's been confirmed.
Yeah, he went through it for me. Nonetheless.
You're welcome.
So Kwame Voyoukas the fourth is going to apologize to you now? There's a lot of apologies coming in here in this 7 o'clock hour, Doug.
Much needed.
What are
you're
some of the
welcome
new
to
entries?
How are the new entries
What are the
going?
names of the new entries?
Some old ones who just hadn't been assigned their name, like Tom Bernansky's Batwing. That's a all-time classic.
I would still say, I don't know, 25 to 33% of the texters texting into the show, and my goodness, there's about 30 coming in per minute, don't have names saved.
So with that, like when I add a new name on there, it might take until like the next day for it to refresh and change.
I understand.
So it's a process, but I'm in here just working on it, man.
Hey, guys, am I blocked or what? That's from the 618. Since today is the final day for Jackson to give people the names that they want in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, I'm going to, Doug, take a moment to let the listeners know that just because you don't hear your text read, it doesn't mean that you're blocked.
This is true.
We just pick certain texts, and so if it isn't read, that doesn't mean you're blocked.
Because we could basically do the whole 4 hours reading the text.
That actually is true. So to give, I guess, a ratio, if you do watch the show on YouTube at youtube.com/TMASTL, I would say for every one chat post in the YouTube chat, there are about 20 texts that come in. That would kind of give you the idea of the ratio. So anyway, text in 314-399-9646. Today is your day to save your name. It's the last day, and then Jackson won't be doing it again until April 1st. And is that a Tuesday?
I'd have to look it up.
Yeah. 31st is a Monday.
There you go. So, Doug, get ready for that. And then we will be heading down to San Antonio on that Thursday for Missouri. In the Final Four. So that is kind of how things are shaping up, and that'll be 4 days after the Cardinals open up the season with a Jim Dandy against the Twins. Then they'll head out on the road, and they will delight all Cardinal fans by wearing Navy caps throughout the course of the 2025 season. For the first time, would that be since 2012?
I don't know the years, Tim.
I think the last time they did it. And that would delight Cardinal fans near and far if the Navy caps were to return. And I feel like after Anook was in, I felt like that was something he was going to go downtown and probably get taken care of quick, fast, and in a hurry, man.
It seemed to be a high priority for him.
Hey, Jackson, I want to be Bob Wagon. That's from Bob Wagon.
Oh, see? Life imitates art.
Has anyone requested the name West County Turkey Baster? Because he was big for us. For
I will
a couple
now.
Years.
Someone will now.
Okay.
I like
But
that.
it might not be the original West County Turkey Baster.
We'll never
Kind of
know.
like how that happened on, was that Days of Our Lives, where you had one Billy and it was Lisa Rinna and her Brio lips, and then the next thing you know, there's Krista Allen, who was in the elevator with Jim Carrey in Liar Liar, and we're all supposed to pretend like we didn't notice that they switched out actresses. I had a problem with that.
Did you really?
Yeah, it's an Aunt Viv thing. You know how they
Aunt
always
Viv on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
they'd always replace Aunt Viv and never talk about it.
I feel like they tried to do the same thing on Roseanne with one of the daughters.
Is that right? That happened.
They certainly did that with Bewitched, with Darren.
There were 2 Darrens, yeah.
Yeah, Dick
Different
York or
strokes.
Dick
They
Sargent.
had a new housekeeper, I feel like, every other season. You started out with Miss Garrett, and she kind of subtly played the role of a delightful alcoholic in the late 70s. Then she was...
Is there anything but a delightful alcoholic?
Around kids all the time.
70s and 80s, alcohol. They were like
Adelaide, Pearl.
they were real like benevolent characters.
Someone teach Doug the years. That's from the American Dream, in parentheses, possible burner.
I don't know
Like
the
20
years.
years where he doesn't get it. The best texting request name I've gotten so far today is Doug's fashionably warm nipples.
Oh.
Is that getting through?
Why would they be fashionable?
Is that getting through?
Yeah, that one's confirmed.
How about Big Fudge? I see someone wants Big Fudge.
Big Fudge. Boy, they're just coming in so.
I know. Someone wants the name Carlos Martinez Twitter favorites.
Perfect. That's outstanding.
Martin, do you remember that moment in Cardinal history? These are the moments I want to celebrate.
I hosted something with Cardinal players over at Ballpark Village. It was one of those Cardinal Glennon. They did game shows, fundraising, and I made a joke about Carlos Martinez's Twitter or Instagram page, and then I was behind the curtain, and Shelby Miller goes, "Dude, you have no idea." Like how bad it was, how chaotic it was.
Get involved on the program. Many ways to do so. Calling in 314-974-0101. You're also welcome to text in, and Jackson's just not going to be able to. He said he would, but I just think there's so many people who want text names today that I don't know if you're going to be able to catch up, but you can try. 314-399-9646. The YouTube chat has 174 friends gathered at 728 in St. Louis. It is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And, of course, email it for our design, air, heating, and cooling. Email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. I was surprised walking out this morning that it is number one, as cold as it is. And, Doug, I'm going to describe it as threatening skies.
Looks like it, yeah.
So potentially some storms, even though I don't see that in the forecast. But later on today, it's going to be sunny and in the upper 60s, as I think we're in a good spot here over the next 10 days. Highs, with the exception of tomorrow, in the 60s or even 70s, according to the forecast through next Saturday. Design Air Heating and Cooling is where you go anytime you have a heating and cooling issue. It's where Martin goes, it's where Doug goes, and it's where I go. And they are the longest running sponsor on TMA. So for HVAC needs, go to designairservice.com, and you'll be working with Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation owner and operator of Design Air Heating and Cooling. And they pride themselves on no upselling, taking care of our listeners, and going on about their day. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you, welcoming you to call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Your Stiefel dossier, Joey Vitale, 8:15, Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton at 9 o'clock, Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:50. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West on the dig deep. It's game time, let's light 'em up. Boston Bruins ain't backing up. Media says watch out for Rask. Bennington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round, that's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Did it end just like that?
Okay. Did the media really say watch out for Rask? Doug, did you do a full report?
Quite a few. Yeah, more than one.
Hey, Steve, real quick, watch out for Rask.
49 years in the making. Stanley Cup is ours for the taking. We got this. You can't stop this. From the bottom to the top, we drop hits. Tarasenko, Braden Sheen, Petrangelo.
Braden
These boys
Sheen?
are mean. Thomas setting up the back end scene. Running the ice so fresh, so clean. Sharpen up the blades. Blood, sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West on the dig deep. Boston Bruins versus St. Louis Blues. 1970 rematch feud. Stanley Cup Finals going down. Who's the best? Pound for pound. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round. That's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Boom.
You can't say Braden Sheen just because it rhymes with something else.
But you can say Braden Schenn. And per Elliot Friedman this morning, the Maple Leafs are back and they are in hot pursuit. And maybe it is because of what took place yesterday afternoon with the news regarding Colton Parayko. With the Leafs being in pursuit of a center. Doug, do you have a problem when it's spelled C-E-N-T-R-E?
Yes, stop it. It's not right. We know it's not right. You're just trying to be difficult.
Martin, do you ever type it out that way? Or
On occasion.
do you really? Good for you.
Yeah.
To appease Canadian fans, would you put C in defenseman?
I don't have a dual citizenship, but I spent a lot of time in Canada. My sister married a guy from Calgary, so I feel like I've got a little of that Canadian blood.
Really?
Gonna miss that maple syrup.
Calgary. Is that how he says it?
He doesn't actually. I think Americans have a little fun with the Canadianisms.
They said they're coming after Braden Schenn, who in that song was doing business as Braden Sheen. And also possibly Flyers forward Scott Lawton. Both players have term on their contracts, so that is a plus from the Leafs' perspective. I think that might be something the Blues are weighing in this potential decision, if this is a direction they choose to go. The Blues asking price, per this report, is high. The Maple Leafs aren't sure. They want to go where St. Louis wishes for Braden Schenn. Possible they pivot back to Scott Lawton. They are also considering defensive help and may have to move money out to make it all work. That's from Elliot Friedman this morning. So, Doug, that is what you got here. The trade deadline fast approaching. What, about 6 hours away? What will the Blues mentality be? Doug, you caught me off guard with saying, let's go get a defenseman.
Yes.
Because in my mind, I am now unloading all of my stock. It's all gone. It's all there.
No, I don't ever do that. I keep playing. If they trade Schenn to Toronto, they've got to get a defenseman in return to take Parayko's spot. It's easier to replace Schenn than Parayko, I think. So I would certainly not give up. I don't think you could do that to the team. For as hard as they fought back to get in the race, with 19 still to play, I just don't think you can cash it in. There's just no guarantee that ever works. I mean, Chicago cashed it in a few years ago. They got a player in Connor Bedard we thought was going to be the next big superstar. They're still horrible 2 years later. Horrible team. When you're this close as the Blues, I would continue to go with the pedal down.
I respectfully disagree.
Pick up a defense.
Hello, Marlon.
No, I don't like the idea of giving up.
Doug, good news. The Baldwin Beer Bitch is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines on what you call Friday Phone Fun.
Yes.
And it's the numbers 314-974-0101. And in the text inbox, it's active as the day is long. As listeners know, today is the last day until April 1st. Jackson will give them their name of choice at 314-399-9646. Baldwin Beer Bitch, good morning. Welcome. You're on the line with Doug Vaughn.
Hello, bitch.
Hey, boys. Good morning. How's it going?
Oh, we're fine. You?
Good. Now I know to wait a couple seconds to allow Doug some time to just let it all out with the hello bitch.
Okay. So. Well, what's on your mind?
I've got a couple things. They're not related to hockey. Is that okay?
Well, sure.
Okay. All right. Let me let me calm down here. You know, I called in about 5 or 6 times, and you think I'd know the drill by now, but whenever I hear Tim's voice, my heart still skips a beat.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
That's the way that it works with a lot of Central Corridor women, and that's just kind of the way it's always been. I don't know what that is, too. Because I guess they want to go thugging with the South City boy, Doug, huh? Is that what it is?
Thuggy.
I think that's what it is.
The mean streets of the Crestwood Mall.
That's right.
Exactly. So, hey, Martin, I owe you an apology. So I wanted to air that out today on the phone. So on Monday, or it was Tuesday, actually, I think I told you to shut your mouth and that SLU was going to be dating.
Oh, yeah. I do remember. That text was referenced on the air, yeah. Martin's sideways with some SLU fans, Baldwin Burbage.
Yeah, I was a bit feisty. I apologize for telling you to shut your mouth. I apologize for being wrong. SLU really,
kind of crapped the bed
there in the second. And so...
No, I was not. No, it's fine. What happened was Quamein Vayukas came after me, was upset that we had Larry Connors. Coach Connors came on. We had a lot of fun with the surprise guest, and he was, annoyed at the call and the booking by me. And I said, would you prefer we talk about how SLU can never win at Dayton? That was my sarcastic response. I was hoping they would win. But no apology necessary.
Well, Jimmy Cruz, don't let me down, Jimmy. I got you beating Louisville.
So the last time they won at Dayton was Jim Cruz.
That might be my favorite drop that we have.
So, okay. Well, then, Jackson, just a quick question. Are you on Goodreads?
No. It's like whenever you read a book, you like review it and then log it.
Log it?
Like save it. It's like Letterboxd for books.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you could share your handle with the audience. I was interested in. I can't get past these beach novels. I need to find something better.
Yeah, that's kind of all I read too, so I'm kind of embarrassed.
Novels?
You read beach novels, Jackson?
What in the world?
Like mystery thrillers by these mid-40s British women. That's what I like. That's what I like.
Oh, don't admit that.
That's what I like.
With a beach background to it?
No, it's like books a paperback you'd read on the beach.
Something that is kind of like just eating a bunch of carbohydrates for the mind.
Yeah,
breezy.
Breezy.
Nice, Martin.
Okay. So when we were all at the Verbo, BRB, hanging, and you were knee-deep in a book every day.
That's what Martin said. You were always on a hammock reading a book.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were knee-deep in like some World War II historical novel. These are just
fiction only.
Beach reads?
Yeah, beach reads.
Wow.
Okay, well, if you have anything, Jackie, just let me know. But, hey, this is the main reason I called in. I know probably getting a lot of hate on the text line. I don't care. I do have an actually somewhat serious case. I was talking about this with Mr. Triple B the other night, just kind of randomly thought about, we talk a lot about why St. Louis City and St. Louis area can't progress. And I think something I've noticed as someone who's not from here, residents here, for the most part, get really into this caste system and the sense of, I'm elite because I went to this school. And I just feel like that hinders, the progress of the area so much because even if it's unintentional, like I've only been here for 11 years of my adult life, and I find myself kind of falling into those categories too of like, oh, well, I'm not as rich because I'm not north of Manchester, but I'm not in, Jefferson County, no offense, so I must be doing pretty well.
Chairman Kurt just popped up like he was a GIF.
Taking shots.
We put each other in these little boxes based on where we live, where we send our kids to school, where we go to church, what kind of elite clubs our kids play in. And honestly, like in Chicago, I'm from the suburbs, but that just wasn't a thing. I mean, I went to a school that had people whose parents were really wealthy and also struggling to get by. And everyone just kind of hung out with each other. No one really was like, oh, I can't hang out with you because you don't live in this area. So I was just kind of curious. I think, Doug, you've lived outside of St. Louis. Tim, I think you had a stint elsewhere, but just was curious if you think there's anything to that being a catalyst of why the city can't progress.
I think it is a dialed-in take, and I tip my cap to you. I didn't realize you weren't a St. Louis native, but I think that is right on target, as a matter of fact. It's not the sole reason, but I certainly think it's one of them. I tip my cap to you.
Yeah, and I don't really know how we can get, out of it, right? I think it's just kind of like a cultural thing that's ingrained in us. It's like, just in passing, it's like, oh, you're better off. Like I went to a trivia night in Fenton and I was like, oof, I'm doing a lot better than these people. And then I took a little bit.
Wow, you're not helping. This is not helping.
No, in all seriousness, I reflect on it and I'm like, wow, that was a really a-hole move of me to think and say that, you know?
Well, I think it's definitely a thing where people they pigeonhole you. I'm not sure how someone being successful in Ladue means that someone in the city can't be successful.
Right, exactly. I don't know if it's like they're threatened that if parts of the city get better, then their status will dissipate. I think it's also because St. Louis is obviously a big city, but it's small enough to attain a sense of wealth and elitism. Like, oh, I'm at the top of the St. Louis food chain. Whereas if you go to, Chicago or New York or LA, you're just one amongst many.
But even if you're at the top of the food chain, how does that keep other people down?
I don't know. That's what I'm curious. So anyway, I've been on way too long. I know people probably tell me to go make sandwiches, so I'm gonna go.
No, it's actually been more graphic than that.
Is it, Tim, is there such a thing as a bleach sandwich? Change my name, Jackson, to Bleach Sandwich. Martin's Bleach Sandwich.
Thank you, Ballin' Beer Bitch.
All right, have a good one, boys.
Thank you, Triple B. Thompson phone line.
I think, and I know, Doug, what you're saying, there's nothing wrong with people being successful, living in fancy areas, but I think there is kind of a collective, oh, I'm good, don't worry about those people over there. It's a very cliquey town. People that move here from out of town. She's been here 11 years, Doug, so she's still new.
Yeah,
Chuck Marlowe's almost at 20 years, and he's like, am I from here yet? I'm like, no, not even close.
That's what the cat would say. Cat's been here 25 years.
Doesn't even count. No, we are very provincial. And I think it does get it. It's just sort of a mindset.
This lady's speaking like this while claiming Baldwin. Get a grip. That's from Jackson's Ladue classmate, Sweet Kai, who's raking bunkers in Martha's Vineyard right now, but on his way back to St. Louis in 6 months, Doug.
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
We are definitely cliquey, but someone else's success does not mean someone else has to fail.
Well, no.
The biggest problem we have is fatherless homes. That's what creates so much poverty.
It just took a turn.
That's what does it. And the fact that someone in a wealthier part of town is doing well has got nothing to do with the fact that somebody abandoned their kids and the kids grow up in poverty.
Well, it's not with somebody
unrelated.
Well, but it's what she's talking about. It's not with somebody doing well. It's just sort of the snobbery that comes with, or almost disdain at times for the people who were less well off. That's what I think. There's this stigma in town where you get labeled, and I think it does sometimes get in the way of progress. Or, hey, I'm good over here. I got my little group, and I don't need to worry about it affects the collective good. That's what I think she's pointing at. It's not. There's nothing wrong with successful areas.
I would also. So it's not to dial that in as the reason. I don't think anybody would say that, but I think that there is some credence to it. I actually think one of the things that factors in is also one of the things that is a great thing about St. Louis, and that is that many people who live here have not really spent a lot of time elsewhere, whether that be traveling or whether that be living somewhere else. And so what I think she was trying to say there at the end is, while you might be at the top of the food chain in St. Louis with your wealth or net worth, whatever the case might be, if you were in another market, you would be middle of the pack or above average. And so the bar is set lower. And sometimes I think because it can be easier to live in St. Louis relative to expenditures on the coast, that maybe there is settling as opposed to really trying to go and do something that could be monstrous if you took it beyond St. Louis. So I think that there's something to that. But at the same time, I think one of the reasons why people are so passionate about the area is because they were born and raised here, and their parents and grandparents are from here. Still think it's a sleeping giant, and I'm dead serious. And as I announced in the first segment, I am not running for office. A lot of people say a godless pervert would be electable, especially short and bald.
What a platform that would be.
This man is short, bald, abrasive, godless, and a pervert. And I think I could win. I think with those 5 tenets.
Well, he wouldn't be the only one in politics that answers to
the
those.
only one that's admitting all of the above.
Yeah. This is who I am.
I enjoy anybody's outside perspective. Now, then she took a shot at Fenton, which didn't help. No, she was saying I'm recognizing that same mindset with myself. I do enjoy some good outside perspective.
And a little self-awareness. Sure. Tip of the cap. How about this? Sharon and Clayton. Doug, all of a sudden, this is becoming like the ladies' corner here. Okay. Sharon and Clayton says, F the haters, bitch. Great and perceptive insight this morning. Doug, you're a Mensa member. You're 100% right. That's Sharon. She's in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan, but just during the summer months.
Well, there's no question we're a provincial, cliquey town. No one doubts that. But I would doubt that someone else's success doesn't mean someone else has to be a failure. It's not a zero-sum game.
Who wants to live in a central corridor? A bunch of nobodies trying to be somebody to nobody. Give me some land and some freedom. Jackson just had a vomit reflex when he heard that text. By the way, Doug, that's from the Linda sniffer.
Well, some people like things and some people don't like other things. When you drive out in the country sometimes, you're in the middle of nowhere and you see a beautiful house and you think, why would someone with some money want to live out here in the middle of nowhere? But they do. Some people just love that. Some people love city living. Some people like things and some people don't like other things.
It always goes back to that, Doug, doesn't it? It's pure and it's beautiful. It sums it up. And that's why this show is known for being so pro-liberty. And people are calling in on those Callier and Thompson phone lines, and we welcome them to do so. 314-974-0101. Doug, I've done business with Callier and Thompson. I might be doing more business with Callier and Thompson. They're the best.
I have, too. I bought a microwave oven there just about 2 weeks ago from Stacy, the appliance manager, who does a fantastic job. They've got a great appliance selection there on the lower level of the store. Even if you don't want to redo your entire kitchen, Callier and Thompson can work with you on just an appliance or two, or maybe you want a newer, bigger appliance and what fits into the spot that you have in the kitchen. They handle that kind of thing all the time. They'll come and they'll adjust the cabinets so that it fits. Great selection of appliances. They got the super high-end, and they got things for a budget, too. It's really a place that you need to go shopping if you're looking for an appliance for your kitchen, or if you want to do any other area in the house. They've got it all. This place has been in business since the 1950s, and the thing about Callier and Thompson is this is a business that you can trust. They've been around forever. They're going to be around for another 50 years, probably. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard are the managers, the owners, and they will take great care of you. They've assembled a fantastic team of designers and installers and carpenters and electricians. It's all right there in one. Callier and Thompson is definitely the place to go if you want to make your house look like a showplace. You're saying, okay, where is it? Well, it's on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Callier and Thompson, come home to quality online at CallierandThompson.com.
Doug, are they the kind of the Baldwin kitchen bitches over there at the?
Oh,
because they're in Baldwin.
They are in Baldwin.
And they can get you a sleek kitchen.
Yeah.
You think they'd want to be renamed the Baldwin Kitchen Bitches?
I don't think so.
Okay, take that off the table.
I think they like their name. They've had it for 70-some-odd years now.
You want land and freedom? Try living on 3 acres in Ladue. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. Doug, it's just all-female text representation
Seems
today.
to be.
Mr. Licks is a gentleman, and he is active in the Air Comfort Service text inbox where Jackson Burkett is furiously updating the names in there, and he says, I would never wealth shame anybody, but if you don't have an 8-figure net worth, you should probably keep your opinions to yourself.
8-figure? That's at least 10 million?
That's correct. So he's not shaming people for not having that. He's just saying if you don't have it,
keep your mouth shut.
That's correct. Kind of a Will Smith message to Chris Rock.
Right.
That's what's going on in the Air Comfort Service. Jackson, how's the clerical work on the text names going?
It's great. I think I have made some good headway, but
is this going to take you the whole program?
I think it might.
I feel like we've lost you to the clerical side.
Probably for the best.
Is it?
I don't see a situation in this conversation where I win.
I thought things were going to turn last week when Anook was here at the Cardinals, and he said to Doug, well, the thing that changed this year is you have to push the blue button instead of the red button. And I said, oh, that's going to be a problem. Things turned. I think we've had, the truth is, we haven't had great leadership at the city, county level. We have not. And
That's why I wanted to watch Donnybrook last night, and I was shamed by my wife.
She's part of the problem.
Thank you.
Pot her down. And why is it? Qualified people just know how frustrating it is in St. Louis. Why are the great leaders missing? Where are they? Why do we not have
making a bunch of money and not wanting to make $150,000 to be castigated as the reason for failures that were born generations ago?
Right. But in the old days, right, if you were successful, then you kind of got into leadership positions. So are those, Mark Mantovani is a good example, a successful businessman who wanted to be the county executive. I always look at people with that resume and say, that makes sense to me, because you don't need it for graft or to be corrupt. You just have some ideas. And you want to see if you can make things better. And unfortunately, I think it's most areas, cities, whatever, you'll look at the leadership and say it's just a hot mess.
That's a problem. It's not the only problem. We have to be better as people, too. I mean, you're not worried about Tashara Jones putting a a gun to your back when you go downtown. It's the people. We have to be better. We have to behave ourselves better. We have to take care of the kids. You got to prioritize education and a work ethic. This is a competitive country, and if you're not ready to go after it, get an education, and work hard, you're not going to make it. And no matter what kind of leaders you have, if a bunch of us are lazy and counting on the government to take care of them, it's not going to work.
But good leadership gets you better businesses and gets you a better tax base, which gets you better schools. I think it's still, I mean, you need the citizens to be good citizens, but if you have good leadership, they're going to be progressive in getting businesses. They're going to be thinking about the future. And I think
we had that at one time. The city was full of great businesses. They're bailing out. Why? Because some of the people that live there make it very difficult for them.
Right, and if you're the leader, you need to make crime and crime prevention a top priority.
Definitely.
You can't kowtow to certain segments that say, oh, the cops are bad. You cannot play that political game.
The region has an issue retaining young talent around college age and also attracting professional talent around the ages of 30 or 40. I've been here half my adult life, and the socioeconomic judging for a town whose airport features a payphone bank and a downtown that still has Dexter Fowler banners will always be odd to me. Doug, that's Al in Dadeville, and he's from the ATL. And loves the Georgia Bulldogs. You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-974-0101. Joey Vitale on the Stiefel dossier coming up at 8:15. The Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond, Missouri-Kentucky conversation and the state of the Tigers going into the final regular season game. Jackson, the spread tomorrow, Missouri -3. You like that?
Oof. I'd probably go a little lower.
You think so?
1.5 maybe.
All right.
I wouldn't touch that.
Touch it?
Yeah,
what's going on?
We'll see.
If there isn't a wake-up call tomorrow.
Yeah. If their first 6 minutes of tomorrow's game will tell me a lot.
All right.
I'm predicting they'll play very well, but I wouldn't bet it.
You're not going to touch the either 1.5 or 3-point number. That's Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Doug, I count on Tim to take care of everything. Don't worry about it. It took me a while to realize it, but I finally succumbed to the reality that Tim runs this town.
I don't know.
That's from the Worston Woods Wacko. I guess that's like partially true.
That you run the whole town?
But I don't think it's entirely true. That's the thing. I don't think it's entirely true.
The state as well? Or
No.
St. Louis is your town, see?
Yeah, Edward G. Robinson.
Well, how come Tim isn't picking up the trash, huh?
Someone needs to. Gosh, somebody needs to.
I would also think for a big event, you're trying to draw people from out of town, that you would make that a priority.
Yeah. Can we assemble a group of volunteers to make that their thing, or put the prisoners to work, put people working off community service, picking up some trash? It's just shameful.
They said August Bush III was not a big baseball guy, right? Gussie's son.
Mm-hmm.
But before the playoffs, he would walk around Busch Stadium with like a little notepad. And he would say, get that paint and fix things up a little bit. I would do that if I were or I'd have a person. If I'm the mayor, I would assign you're my check things out guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you just drive around, or woman. Or they. And you would drive around all day with a little list and say, "Wow, this thing looks like crap over here. Let's clean that up."
Right. You would think. Doesn't happen.
Doug, if you're looking to double your net worth, we've received an inside word from Wooden Shoe 02, who says Illini will take down Purdue tonight. The spread on that game, Illinois -3.5. It does seem like when coaches come on this show, their teams take off.
Well, it really hasn't worked out for Shirts. It didn't really work for Gates, but this could be different.
Okay, I've got some bad data on the numbers then.
Wooden Shoe, you too. I kind of like the name.
You like that, Wooden Shoe 02?
I don't mind it.
Teotopoulos.
Nurse?
The Teotopoulos Wooden Shoes.
High school.
High school in Illinois.
Is it how you say it? It's not Teotopoulos?
Teotopoulos.
It is Teotopoulos.
No, T-Town.
Teotopoulos.
Chairman Kurt's fielding phone calls. You're welcome to call in and talk it over with us. Joey Vitale is going to be doing that in about 20 minutes. As the trade deadline day is here, we are a handful of hours from finding out what direction the Blues will take, if there is one to be taken, with the Colton Parayko news. It's all coming your way here with Robert Thomas and Joey Vitale joining us. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today 10:50. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues are back in action tonight, taking on the Anaheim Ducks. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 8 p.m., puck drop at 9 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you wanted mid-90s R&B, and Jackson said no problem. Here is a heapin' helping.
Okay.
Is it Boy Band Friday?
I was thinking about it, yeah.
Didn't you announce that last week?
Yeah, I kicked the tires on it.
Jackson's focus today, candidly, is just entering all of these name requests in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you might be here until midnight tonight.
Oh, man.
It's like tax season.
Read every text, too.
In tax season. We have meatball, and then we also have your local meatball. It's getting lean on options, I think. A lot is taken.
Jackson's taking heat for his pronunciation of the city. Tutopolis.
Okay, sorry. I have family there, and that's how I've always thought that they said it, so
that's
apologies.
From the St. Charles Illini.
In fairness, we would just often call it T-Town. But
you kind of went John Miller's and Tutopolis. You added a little syllable in there.
Well, they never say anything when you're right, and boy, do they love to say it when you're wrong.
Oh, man. Oh, here's a guy who's changed his name to Touched by an Uncle. I don't think I like that.
Clip that off.
Might want to contact the local attorney.
That's exactly right. Jim Montgomery on the fast lane yesterday afternoon. And I think there's something to this. I hate to say it, but I got to be honest with the audience. This is where I am. Doug and I, certainly differing viewpoints on it. And Kerry Davis was kind of echoing this point, that it would have been a lot tougher to have the Parayko news a month ago when the team wasn't playing well than yesterday. And actually, I see it differently. And I've also coached in the NHL, so I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
But his mindset was, now the team has a belief. And yeah, this is a monster obstacle, but because the team has the belief, they think that they can overcome it. Here is what he said regarding addressing the team on the Parayko injury.
In the situation with Colton being out, do you address the team? Do you talk about it with them, or does everybody just figure it out and move on?
Yeah, I talked at the end of practice, just like the attitude of our team going out for practice. I know we're not out there long, but everything we do has a purpose. And there's purpose, energy. Guys are excited to be at the rink. They're excited about, we can't wait for tomorrow night's game, you know? So I would say the way I talked to the team about it, it was just reinforcing how good they've been. And that I didn't even really need to address that portion of it because they've addressed it mentally by themselves.
Boys have belief.
Sometimes when one of your stars gets hurt, they can rally short term and ratchet up their game just to find another notch in their game and play better over the short term. Whether they can do that over 19 games and then a playoff series is a tougher task. But in the short term, sometimes teams actually play better, play harder when one of their top guys goes down. Maybe that'll be the case here.
Lost Waino in the spring of 2011.
That's right.
Lost Izzy in the late season of 2006.
Yeah, that's right.
I think to Doug's point, you know, Parayko is going to be the all-time games leader, and it's going to be by a mile unless he happened to get traded. He's under contract through 2030. So he's going to be here for a while. He's going to blow way past Federico on the all-time games list.
He's currently tied for the league lead among defensemen in goals on 5-on-5 situations.
He's got 15. Career high was 10. Starting to knock on the door of a 20-goal season as a defenseman.
Yeah.
It's never a good time, but I'd feel bad for him because it did seem like he had kind of gotten over the hurdle. Anybody locally, or I think nationally, he always had a better rep than he did locally.
Yes, I would agree with that.
You know, and I think they all, like getting on Team Canada pretty consistently, you're like, wow, he's pretty good if he's on Team Canada. And around here, like, yeah, he's should be a little tougher, a little meaner. He's got that big body, but it's just not his game.
Tell me if my chronology is right over the last approximate decade of the players in the crosshairs of Blues fans. I would say about a decade ago, a little less, we would hear the most about You want to take a bet? I got 3 names here for you.
Decade? Eric Brewer took a lot of heat.
Well, that's but I guess I'll say
all
8, 9
sports?
Years. No.
Just hockey.
Just the Blues in St. Louis.
Like whipping
and I could
boys?
be wrong.
Well, Bowmeister's way up there.
That was him. Okay, then they win the Chalice. Petrangelo hands him the cup first. He becomes, and then of course the brutal situation right before COVID shut the game down. The Blues were best team in the NHL, and Bowmeister has the incident in Anaheim. After Bowmeister,
before Kyrou,
yeah, you've got it. So you've got the bookmarks that I got.
Okay, so Kyrou's coming. We got Bowmeister. So in between a Blues player, Doug, what you do is you talk it out and you just keep saying
give the thought process.
Blues player
he
who
could
was,
have Queen Jack, but he could have Pocket Kings. I don't know.
So somebody who was the whipping boy. Falk never really got it.
It's the guy we're talking about!
Parayko?
Yes!
Oh, I thought you said a decade ago.
No. The chronology. It started with
Sorry,
Bowmeister.
I was thinking non-Parayko.
Yeah, but if Jeremy Rutherford is up in L.A. listening to this, he probably just threw his phone across the room. Because I think Parayko actually got more heat than anybody, which sounds crazy right now. And now, with his year this year, I think the Kyrou complaints that were there in a major way, and I was one of them, have been decreasing.
And I would say the Kyrou critique was more intense for a period, whereas the Parayko's was more long-term.
I agree with that assessment.
It was more of a consistent frustration that he
There was frustration with Kyrou, and then the way that, if you go back specifically to the way Berube went out, it was a Kyrou giveaway, which is kind of the textbook way for it to go down. Berube loses his job. Then you have the Kyrou interview. He gets booed that night. All hell breaks loose. It was intense. That's more than Colton Parayko ever experienced in one 24-hour period,
But one of the common themes they have is insanely talented. Some of the most talented players they have. And I guess that's explains some of the frustration. People expect them to be even better than what they've been. Kyrou probably has the most offensive skill on the team. He or Thomas. And Parayko is the best defensive player.
And that's why guys like Army invest and lock him up. And you may not love everything about him or all parts of their game, but he knows it's hard to find somebody that's a really good goal scorer. Didn't Robert Thomas tell me that? Yeah, well, goals are hard. I think I got put in the corner one Friday.
Who will get put in the corner today? Joey Vitale, 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. Robert Thomas, 10 o'clock. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:50. Got the drops of the week coming your way as well here on the program, which is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. We were joined by Andy Crouppen in studio this week, probably Ed Herman next week. Terry Crouppen joining us as well. They are local, founded in St. Louis, still operating in St. Louis. Back in 1979 is when they originated. And if you're in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen's personal injury lawyers, wouldn't you want to make sure you're working with somebody who's local right here, who knows the environment? That's what Brown and Crouppen is. That's who they are. That's who they will continue to be. 314-222-2222. Or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Joey Vitale giving us his perspective on not only the Parayko news, but now the impact on how the Blues will approach this trade deadline. He joins us next. This is TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the great Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
Morning, boys. How are we doing today?
Can I do some housekeeping? Martin, are you allowing housekeeping?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 8 o'clock hour.
All right, yeah, Fisher window endorsed our 8 o'clock hour housekeeping. I texted you yesterday at like 6:05. My reasoning was you're the guy who's up at 4:30 baking bread every day, but I knew you were on late doing the post-game show following the win against the Kings. Was that too early? Did it wake you up? Was it inappropriate?
It was not too early.
Okay.
I was awake, and anytime you text me, Tim, I will answer and get right back because I care about you because you're my friend.
Oh, my God.
How about that? This guy's sporting, Doug.
Okay. Maybe he's just polite.
In fact, I mean, I've been waiting months for you to text me. You know, it's really been the Christmas party was the last time we really had a little exchange. And I wake up every day. Did Tim McKernan text me today? And I'm let down every day. But yesterday was my day, guys.
Even though it was at 6:05 in the morning when the man was on the air 5 hours earlier.
Listen, and was it just because you were using me because you needed someone's number? Yes, but whatever.
Right, but I'm more of a transactional kind of person. That's what I'm known for.
So he looks at his phone and goes, okay, Army texted, didn't like what I said last night. Oh, there's Berube. Oh, there's Sid Crosby. Where is McKernan? He's like scrolling past all the hockey people.
All the greats to get to me and my request for a phone number. Joey, I gotta be honest, my dauber's down. Now, Doug's a champion. You guys both played sports at high levels. Doug hits a home run off Tom Seaver. You play with your boy Sid. Well, what did I do? I don't know. Maybe this is why I didn't accomplish it, that and bad attitude and height. But I'm sitting here going, this sucks. You go from the high of what they've been doing the last couple of weeks to Parayko being out. I'm in a bad place. So what is your mindset?
Oh, man, guys. Yeah, that was, people say that's a punch in the gut. You guys ever been punched in the crotch?
Not really.
You've never been punched in the crotch?
No, thankfully, no.
Jackson, you're a sub. Is that something that you guys...
Not true. Not true. But I have, and I've been hit there, and it hurts.
But not punched. Like nobody came up to you and did
It's like honestly, just getting nicked there really hurts.
Nicked?
Yeah, there's like a delay on it, too. It's like a time release.
Yeah, I'm not talking. It's time release, like a time capsule.
Yeah.
You know, if you guys ever done Molly or not that I have, of course. But.
No. You'll have to talk to Doug. You have to talk to Doug about that.
Doug's your guy on that. He's got a great stash to do.
I've heard. I've only heard. What I'm trying to say is we're not talking a PP tap here. We're talking about a punch. And people are like, oh, I want a punch to the gut. I'm like, punch to the gut? This is a punch to the crotch. It's an intense blow. And then you're like, oh, this is going to get worse. And then what happens? Oh, it's coming. Oh, it's getting worse. Oh, the pain's not over yet, and it just keeps building. Listen, this is a punch directly in the testes, boys. I mean, there's really no other way to say it other than that.
It's probably what John Kelly will say tonight to open the broadcast.
we may the great Alexa Datt and I on the pregame show on FanDuel. Shout out FanDuel if you guys are watching. Mm-hmm. We will be maybe that's what we open with. This is tough. It's obviously a shock, and then I think that we're going to see where it can only maybe get more and more painful as you move down the road, because here's maybe arguably your most consistent player all year, and I'll say that alongside names of Robert Thomas and Jordan Binnington. I mean, Jordan, he had some ups and downs in the earlier part of the season. His numbers weren't even that great. That was one of the knocks on him as far as bringing him to the Four Nations. But, of course, they do because he's a winner and he can pull out a game. So that's obviously why he got picked. But, he's had an up-and-down season. Robert Thomas had a, fantastic December, one of the best in the league, and then he had a really dropped off in January. There's been some ups and downs there. I don't know if there's been a consistent, more dependable player for the Blues team than Colton Parayko. Not only just defensively, two guys, as we know, the job to show up 24 minutes, 25 minutes, almost half the game every single night, go up against McDavid, go up against the Crosby, go up against the Kopitar's and McKinnon's, and just do such a job defensively. But then there's a whole other layer of he was close to 20 goals this year. I mean, I really believe he would have gotten 20 if he didn't get hurt, which is an incredible number when you compare it to the fact that Al McGinnis was the last Blue to do it, I believe, in 102. So it's been a long time. And to shut down defensively, but also get things done offensively, he's just an anomaly. I mean, you look at Quinn Hughes. Yeah, he gets numbers, right? Look at Adam Fox. The numbers are there. But you're not putting out Quinn Hughes against McKernan. You know, you're not putting Quinn Hughes out against, you know, the best in the world in Connor McDavid. You're trying to hide him because he's a point guy. You know, same with Zach Werenski, of course, in Columbus. I mean, he's a hybrid defender. He's all over the place. He's basically like having a fourth forward out there, which is great. But, you know, his defense is not so good. And this is what makes Colton Parayko so good. He can defend, and he also has the offense now. So very, very, very tough one. You know, of course, it all happens as Jim Montgomery, and I appreciate his comments. There's really nothing you can do about it. But, you know, he calls a timeout with under 20 to go in that overtime. And, well, you know, obviously you can't prepare for things like this, but that's where he got tripped up on that face-off. And of course, looks like it'll be 6 weeks before he's reevaluated, and it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing him anymore here, at least in this regular season.
So if you were the president of hockey operations, and you probably should be, would you stand pat at this point? Would you go out and try to get a defenseman from some other club to help, or would you start selling off and building for the future?
Jeez, I mean, Doug, that's the $1 million question, and I just got to be. I just don't know. I don't know. I haven't really processed this Colton Parayko thing yet because it was such a shock. Up to yesterday, before we get the news, I said even on the BK and Ferrario show and telling people, saying, hey, listen, the only thing you're going to do if they do anything is maybe add a forward. I think goaltenders are great. Defensemen, you are locked and rock solid as far as back there, especially with Nick Leddy, who's definitely better and healthy, and he's your bottom pair guy with Ryan Suter. I mean, there's not a better bottom pair in the league, in my opinion. So from an offensive standpoint, I like the depth. I like the physicality of the fourth line, the third line with the 70s line. Sundqvist and Matthew Joseph and Bolduc have found a huge spark. And then really it's just, okay, what's the top six look like? You know, I don't believe, I'm not really bullish on Jake Neighbors being a top line winger at this point in his career. I think he is on his way. But for a playoff team that is destined to go deep, is Jake Neighbors a top line winger? I don't know. So that to me was one of the only things that maybe Doug Armstrong was looking to do. You go out, you get maybe a top six winger, a Ranson and type, not saying it would be Mikko Ranson, but someone along those lines to kind of fill in on that top line. Then Jake Neighbors obviously can kind of fill in where he probably is most comfortable and he's most effective, which is the second, maybe potentially third line. That was my only move. That was the only thing I could foresee them doing. This obviously changes up a lot of things. Does Doug Armstrong think that this team is completely still capable of making a playoff push? I believe he thinks it is. But at the same time, you are missing maybe arguably your most consistent and best player this year. So that's where it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit dicey. If I had to put a gut on it, or at least a hunch, I would say at this point, I think that the fans would be, they would be or should be expecting less moves and more at this point, because with so much happening as of the last 24 hours, you know, can something get done? Even if the big move needs to be made for a defender, can something like this get done this quickly? You know, a lot of these trades you talk about, you know, some of the big blockbusters with Seth Jones this year, even going back a couple of years ago, the Tarasenko one. You hear about these trades later. These are weeks in the making, guys. Yeah. This is a lot of conversations and a lot of things kind of going on, and you compare things with different teams. So if something's going to get done for Doug to replace Colton or kind of fill in some holes, it's got to get done quickly, and that is a difficult thing to do. And with all these teams up against the cap, it's players in, players out. So it's going to be tough. But if I had to guess anything, it'd be probably less splash than big splash this year. And again, unfortunate, but that's just the way things are at.
Joey Vitale, our guest, he's with us every Friday at 8:15 here on TMA 101 ESPN, and you can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL, Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. I guess on one side of things, they absolutely do take weeks oftentimes to get accomplished. At the same time, this time 2 weeks ago, I think Doug Armstrong's mindset was, we're probably going to be sellers, so those conversations might just have gotten restarted here in the last 24 hours or so since the Parayko news. Something that we've talked about quite a bit on the show, and I know we've talked a little bit about it with you, Joey, but now we have even more information, is what kind of message it sends to the room if you do make a move that, even though now Calgary has picked up a point since we last talked, but even though you're in the mix for a playoff spot, without question, the arithmetic has changed quite a bit. So do you alter and risk losing your room if you were to sell a big piece when you are where you are in the standings? And how much does an executive take that into an account?
It's a very fair question, and I think every team, Tim, and every leadership group is a little bit different. You know, right off the bat, though, it's a big blow. I mean, this could really crush a lot of those guys in that locker room if things are going into sell mode now, because you're looking at a group of guys that are trending in the right direction. You know, to me, it comes down to trend. Where is the team trending? You know, 2.5 weeks ago, like you mentioned, and you bring up a great point about reigniting maybe those conversations now, but 2.5 weeks ago, this team was trending in the wrong direction. I believe they were like 2-6 heading into break, or maybe like 2-5-1 or something along those lines. But it wasn't good. You dropped a late one to Florida. You dropped to the Vegas Golden Knights. You dropped to Minnesota. There's a lot of just teams you just dropped against. And I think heading into break, I think Doug Armstrong spent the entire 2-week Nations break having those conversations about selling. You know, but then you come out of break and you're rested, you're recovered, you got some momentum, you got a goaltender that just won a gold medal, so you're feeling good about yourself. And now you go on a nice little run, nice little tear here. So based off of the trend of where they're at right now, I think it would be a blow. And not just because of the points, it's because this team believes they're a playoff team. And I watch this team, and they're a playoff team. You know, I'm watching them play the LA Kings tonight. The LA Kings are in the game of the playoffs. They're a well-built team. They're a well-structured team, a veteran group, led well. They outplayed them 5-5, 5-on-5. And the last time they played them in St. Louis, they outplayed them 5-on-5. They win both games. You know, the one game that's been a little bit of a sore spot for them since break, and there's really only been one, has been that Dallas Stars game. They lose, I believe it was 6-3 was the final, but they allowed 4 shorthanded goals, 5-on-5. They massively outplayed the Dallas Stars. So it's less about points, less about scores. Where is this team at? Where are they trending, right? I just think that this is a playoff-built team with guys that have gone the distance, whether with the Blues or different teams. They're Stanley Cup champions on this team. But there's also veteran players on the team that haven't won a Stanley Cup. And to me, sometimes that's even greater because you have players like Ryan Suter. You have players like Cam Fowler, right? You have guys that have played in this game a very, very long time. And as you play, that hunger intensifies for a championship. You know, and then you got to just what I believe is evolving to be one of the best captains, at least here in the Western Conference, in Braden Schenn. I think he has adjusted so quickly and he's acclimated so well to this new role, which has not been easy because I don't know if he necessarily had all the veteran support, but he has really grabbed this team and has got them going in a good direction. And Jim Montgomery has just completely flipped the script on some of these young players, whether it be a Jordan Kyrou who just took off under Montgomery. Look at a Zachary Bolduc who's got now double-digit goals, who had zero when Jim Montgomery took over. Yeah. So, you know, you look at all these things and the young players and the veteran players, you got the goaltending, and that's why I think it would be so disappointing. I know it's a long way to answer your question, but if I'm in that locker room, based off of where this team is at, they have the belief that they're better than Calgary. I'm telling you, they are a better team than the Vancouver Canucks. This is a better hockey team that is built for playoffs. And for that reason, if I'm the Dallas Stars or the Winnipeg Jets or the Minnesota Wild, and I'm going to finish on top of this division or conference by the end of the year, the one team I do not want to play right now is the St. Louis Blues. So for all that, put that together, if they go into sell mode, it is going to be a crushing thing for these guys.
What would you consider success for this team this season? Is just getting in? Do you think that appeases the fan base after missing out the last couple of years, or do you have to win a series? What do you think people would be satisfied with?
I think getting in would be a really good benchmark. I think it would be terrific because, you know, listen, Martin, when you get in, this is a team, again, with the goaltending they have, you're going to go at least 6, if not 7. You know, and you may not win that first round. You may come up against a Dallas Stars team that is just a well-oiled machine and it's 5-on-5 special teams and, of course, Jake Ottinger. And, you know, sometimes you got to tip your hat. But you go back to that year the Colorado Avalanche won, you know, a few years back. The last time the Blues were in the playoffs, they lose to the Colorado Avalanche. I think the Avalanche end up then just sweeping the next 2 rounds. You know, they didn't lose a game to the Stanley Cup final after the St. Louis Blues. You know, I remember it was Darren Helm at Game 6 at the Enterprise Center. The score was, like, I think, 10 seconds to go. But remember all that. What happened in that series? Jordan Binnington got hurt by Nazem Kadri, right? That was a fearful series. You know, I've talked to Josh Manson, who was lucky, like myself. He came in a little bit after, but we obviously have that common, so we kind of talked it up every time I'm in Colorado. He talked about that playoff year. He talked about the year they won the Stanley Cup. and he said that series against St. Louis Blues was by far, he was even talking about the Stanley Cup final. He goes, even by far, that was our hardest series, and that's probably when we got the most nervous because of the goalie, and it was just a built, structured, hard, aggressive team that just didn't have any quit, and they had the veterans to really push the pace. So, again, you have Bozak scores in Game 5, you push it back to St. Louis. This game's going in overtime. Maybe you get a bounce in overtime, and all of a sudden it's Game 7, and look out. Of course, it doesn't go that way in the Colorado Avalanche win the Stanley Cup, but that is what every team right now would be up against if St. Louis were to get in. They are that team, and Paul Bissonnette on Spit and Chicklets, and there's a lot of experts around the league that feel the same way. There is just something about this group that is interesting and built for playoff hockey. So, with all that being said, Martin, just getting in would be great, and who knows what can happen at that point. And I think that's still the goal here, clearly, and I hope that through this Parayko injury, they can still figure out a way to get in.
Boy, I worry about you staying up so late. These games, I know they like to go to bed at, 7, 8 o'clock. And now these games are not starting until 9, 9:30. How did you not end up on the California trip where they're spending 5 or 6 days at the same hotel? You got 48 kids. This was the perfect, honey, I got to go, duty.
Yeah, candidly, we were disappointed in you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was a little disappointed myself, but you know what? It works out the way it works out. I think Bernie's finally back in town. He's going to be doing the game on Saturday, but he kind of does his trips around this time, and I kind of just say, Bernie, what do you need? What games you want off? And he takes them, and here I go. But you know what? It's not the end. At the end of the day, I'm excited to be here and be a part of helping my wife with, of course, it's my daughter's birthday today, so I get a chance to be here for that. Little birdie turns 5, so we're going to the bounce house. You guys ever been to that trampoline park? You ever been there? You ever go there, Martin or Doug? You ever go to the trampoline?
Doug goes there on his own, usually on Wednesdays, right?
Yeah.
It's Wednesdays.
Yeah,
He's got a punch card.
It's kind of creepy. I have a trench coat on when I go there.
Which are you going to? The
kids.
DeFi? Are you going to the Amp Park? Which
I'm
one?
not telling you where I'm going.
Oh,
yeah, you can't have TMZ out there, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't have the paparazzi showing up for Joey, the radio guy.
The radio guy. I'll tell him to show up and punch you in the nuts.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna stay clear of that. But yeah, if you haven't been to one of these parks, it's seriously the entrance to hell. Hopefully I never go to hell one day. But if I ever go to hell, it's the trampoline park.
I think that's fair.
It's
not a live read.
It's not a live read.
Oh, sorry. I just need What's the band that's saying, welcome to the jungle, baby, you're going to die?
That's Guns N' Roses. What, 87, Doug? 87? Guns N' Roses? Appetite for Destruction?
What is 86?
Yeah, I was born a little after that. But anyway, yeah. So you walk into these trampoline parks. Kids are screaming, whistles are blowing. All I need is Guns N' Roses to be live in the corner saying, "Welcome to the jungle, baby. You're gonna die." You know, I feel like I'm in hell. I'm going right to the pits of hell. But in and out, baby. 1.5 hours, have some cake, and then I'll spend the rest of the day recovering before the big call tonight.
Tim was right. 1987 for Welcome to the Jungle.
It's best just not to go up against me on these things.
Mark McGuire's walk-ups?
It was. Nicely done. Joey, as always, thank you so much for the conversation. And next time I need something, I'll text you.
Hey, you guys keep bringing the heat, and Tim, anytime.
He laughed when he said, "Bring in the heat."
Tim, you can always just text and say hi, too.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not getting anything out of that. You know, I need something in return. That's kind of the way I work, and I think that's an endearing trait.
You know what? At least you're being honest. Listen, I know what this is. It's transactional. At least you're not smoozing in a different direction. So anytime you need anything, I will be here for you.
All right, Doug. Yeah, that's the kind of relationship we have.
Nice.
Thank you, Joey.
Very nice.
Thank you.
That's Joey Vitale with us, getting ready to go to the gates of hell today, he says.
Trampoline park.
Drop into my DMs, bro.
It is kind of true. Have you done that lately?
And those arcade places, it's great fun if you're 10 years old, but rough on the parents.
Clean as the day is long, though.
Mm-hmm. Probably going to need a martini and an Advil as soon as it's over.
You can email in Joey Vitale's plans today. Are you going to go out and go to trampoline parks to figure out which one he's at and just see if you can get an autograph?
People are like a scavenger hunt just to find Vitale.
The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day here on TMA. Joey Vitale with us, and always enjoy the conversation, especially with the trade deadline. Let me see, Doug, 5.5 hours away now.
Okay.
5.5 hours away.
All right.
If I gave you 4-1 on your money that Braden Schenn is gone by 2 p.m. St. Louis time today, would you take that bet? 4-1 on your money. 4-1.
I would bet that he would not be gone.
So you would not take the bet even if I'm giving you 4-1?
No, because I don't think they're going to move.
Martin, I can tell's in the tank. Martin's in the tank a little bit on that 4-1. I think even money, you're not touching it, but 4-1, you might be talking about it.
4-1. I'm still going to say no.
Jackson Burkett, who is entering text names and has been for the last
Turned into
90
Nell
minutes.
for about an hour.
What?
That was the most meager, pathetic response.
I don't even know what's being asked.
Tim is asking if he. Never mind. It's fine.
I would and maybe would not bet it.
How about that?
Oh, that's fair.
That's nice.
Yeah. Okay.
You can give your answer. Maybe I'll set up a bet with somebody. I got to recoup these Arenado losses that are staring me in the face in 3 weeks, Martin. That fourth mortgage that I'm getting is we're workshopping that right now. The Colonel's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. He called out the Missouri line directly last week. What did it wind up? 2.5, that game in Vanderbilt, right? Me and you thought it was going to be like 5.5.
The Missouri game opened up 3.5 today.
Oh, the Kentucky game.
Yeah, 3.5.
So look at
Tigers
me.
minus 3.5. Yeah, you nailed it.
I'm dialed in. All right, we'll see what the Colonel has to say. I'm looking forward to this. Get his perspective on where this thing is, because he wrote a frustrated column following the Oklahoma loss, as it should be. So he's with us at 9 o'clock. He's brought to you by James Carlton. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. 415 5-star reviews for James Carlton. I am a client, and it's the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Telling you, you want to make sure you have a grade A financial advisor and a grade A insurance agent. I cannot tell you that enough. If I could do a little time traveling myself going back 25 years, man, I wish I would have had that buttoned up. Take care of it now with a financial advisor and with an insurance agent. It's so important. You don't just want to have somebody that you inherit from your parents, or you're taking somebody who got into the industry right out of school. You need the best, and James Carlton's the best. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. That's James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. You have nothing to lose by calling there and seeing if they can save you money, because there's a good chance your insurance went up year over year. James can save you money. He has done that for many TMA listeners over the years he's been advertising with us, and I am a client, and I can speak to it firsthand. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called TMA. We have the drops of the week coming up, and Gabe DeArmond coming up on your Stiefel dossier, and then Robert Thomas at 10 o'clock. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, you surprised that Prince is on
a little
Boy Band Friday?
A little bit surprised.
I've decided Pop Star Friday feels a little more fun.
Oh, at least that's specific.
Okay.
It gives you a wide swath.
Yeah, well, anytime we can play Prince, I feel
So
like
it
it's...
may or may not be Boy Band Friday. Jackson has been lost to clerical work.
That's correct.
It may or may not be Teu Tapole or it's Tutopolis. Tim is crestfallen.
I am. Regarding the
Jackson's
Parayko
friends
industry.
hate St. Louis.
That's correct.
There's too much trash in the city.
Yeah.
Joey Vitale wants people to punch in the nuts.
And also is just going to go to the gates of hell today for his daughter's birthday at a trampoline park. Warson Woods Wacko is interested in figuring out which one he is going to. Joey didn't want to announce it when Martin asked him in the previous segment. And the Warson Woods Wacko says, hopefully Joey goes to the bounce house place where Mr. Licks works, the cotton candy pit. So maybe Joey Vitale and Mr. Licks are going to cross paths today, per the Warson Woods Wacko. It is Friday here on TMA, and on the Stiefel dossier, we've been joined by Joey Vitale talking about the Parayko injury and the trade deadline, which is fast approaching here in 5 hours and change. We'll be joined by Gabe DeArmond coming up at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And then at 10 o'clock, Robert Thomas will be with us. Then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:50. That's your Stiefel dossier. Now, we look back on the week that was in celebration of our greatness with the drops of the week.
Morning After. Drops of the week.
Yeah, you guys drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Just how morbidly obese were you?
Go put on your swimming shirt and Crocs and get back to Six Flags.
My mouth was full of a hot dog.
You got a mighty pretty mouth.
Hoops hysteria, baby. Look at them. Look at them go wild. The world's standing up. They love it. How could you not love it?
Son of a sack ass!
He's a mountain of a man.
Is this Lexington Steel?
Why weren't you invited to the Four Nations as an insider and a scoop master?
I don't know, Doug.
You got a lot of body hair, dude?
Bryce Harper's dad is hot.
That was a stupid thing to say.
Shave your chest, man.
What kind of player were you back in the day?
Not good.
Producer Joe's ass scab.
He would give it to me all the time.
He gave it to me for 9 innings.
Oh, no.
That night. He rode me. He gave, he let me have it for the whole game.
Gosh, Doug, I miss you, and that's a great question.
Son of a...
But does the diaper clash with the swim shirt?
That's funny.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop, down, drop. Get it.
I don't know who did it, but whoever did it gets a gold star from me, Doug. That was a wonderful concoction. That was Jackson Burkett, I hear. Who's in there, Martin? Clerical work galore. How many text names? Today's the last day for those of you just joining us that Jackson will update your text name. Many of you just have phone numbers in the Air Comfort Service text line. Jackson changes those from numbers to names, your request, but today is the last day to do it, and he cuts it off at 11 o'clock up until April 1st. First week of each month, he'll do it. Jackson, how many do you think you've changed today?
Probably 20 or 30.
Have you?
God, the way you've been typing over there, I thought you might be in the hundreds.
No, not 100. Not 100. I remember saying like a week or two, like after February, the first week of February, when I was changing names, we had like 900 text names. We now have 985. So
985. Doug, will we get to 1,000?
Who will be number
Yeah, there should be a big
1,000.
prize given away.
Maybe a trip to a trampoline park.
Yeah.
Maybe a trip to Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a callback to the unsportsmanlike caller wanting to win the prize back. What's the Wisconsin? And I know a lot about the state, but I'm kind of surprised that ESPN, the mothership, that's a prize pack.
You don't really want to go there in March, do you?
No.
Yeah.
Unless it's to the turning.
I'd like to go to Whistling Straits in about July. That seems like it'd be pretty awesome. Yeah.
Do they have any skiing in Wisconsin?
There's a few hills. Wausau.
Eau Claire's got a ski lift, don't they?
Sounds right. Wausau
gets a ski jump even. That's a place where some Americans used to train ski jumping.
In the UP, I went up there one time and they had that international ski jumping, and to cover it, you had to walk all the way up the stairs just to get that top shot. But these guys are from Austria and Norway. I would say the best skiing is probably in Wausau. Doug, is that Granite Park over there?
I don't know what it is.
I think you got to do some
Used to be called Rib Mountain back in the day.
Ribbed Mountain. Doug, you wanted Media Wars. You got it. Charles Barkley's not happy with his soon-to-be cohorts at ESPN. And hockey fans are not happy with Darren Pang, friend of the program.
Oh, no.
Jackson, you've got the audio. What do we have? What are we going with here?
Let's go with the Panger one first, since there's a local connection, and we've been talking some hockey today, so I think it's more prudent.
Okay.
People are really upset with Panger because of this clip from, I believe, Wednesday's game of Panger was on national broadcast for the Capitals game. So here's it's short, so.
Okay, very brief.
Yeah.
Well, I give Spencer Carver and his coaching staff an awful lot of credit. We all know that Alex Ovechkin's been a bit of a one-trick pony throughout his NHL career, but that has not been the case.
A one-trick pony.
But then he says, but that has not been the case.
Right.
So
this year, or has not been the case?
In that game, he goes on to, it's about 20 more seconds of him talking about
if only
his
we had time.
impact. But if I don't want to, you need the video of it to understand what he's kind of talking about, and I didn't think it was necessary.
And the one trick is setting up on the left face-off dot and taking his one-timer from there. I guess.
Is this a thing where you look at me, but you're talking to anybody but me because I?
I thought you might know.
This guy's loaded for barrels.
That's his trick.
Simply don't have the answer to that.
Can we get is there a chance to get the longer version? Because I'm just wondering if there's context after he says that. Tim, is that a reasonable thought that maybe
it's reasonable, but it might not be in the system, and so you're putting your boy in the alliance, which I think is falling apart.
But here's the thing:
I don't know what you're reading.
I let some things go, and it's like, oh boy, we really gave some time to that one, and then I cut some short, and then I have to go pull it. It's like, how can I win?
No, I love you, but I feel like there's a little more to Panger's take, and I kind of need to know that before we can see why he's taking all the shrapnel.
All right, I'm going to give me a moment.
Okay.
Maybe he says his one trick was simply scoring goals.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think guys like Brett Hull would get called that.
It's a pretty good trick.
Yeah, no, I think it's not necessarily a huge insult either.
The Capitals' social media account fired off a tweet in response to that video and said, one trick pony scores his 885th career goal and scores his 1,599th career point. Doug, Johnny Auville, I remember Johnny Knoxville.
I don't know.
From the Jackass crew in the film, I think The Ringer, that won Best Picture in 2005. Johnny Auville is a host on the Sports Junkies, very popular show in D.C., and he posted a GIF of Darren Pang and called him public enemy number one in Washington, D.C.
Oh, boy.
Pang then appeared on the radio show yesterday morning, say he was not aware of any outrage the night before. He said, what I was alluding to last night was how impressed I was with how flexible he's been and that he's not scoring from that same area all the time, adding that his comment was absolutely taken the wrong way.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
All right. I have the full audio.
Okay, go ahead and hit the lever now, please. Pale.
We all know that Alex Ovechkin's been a bit of a one-trick pony throughout his NHL career, but that has not been the case. And there's the normal spot. We saw that here on TNT. But how about this one? Right through the guts of the ice, right in the middle. Now he's again in the middle of the ice. Fires that one. And how about this one in the last one? Right in the slot. And he picks it up, has strength on it. And bang, look at his forward Tampa Bay Lightning all over him.
Well, that would really need the video to make sense. No, I'm kidding. No, that
Jackson's going to fight you.
Why didn't you have video, Jackson?
No.
I'll act it out.
Okay.
Oh. Boy, what a treat for the YouTube viewers right now. What an absolute delight.
I think what he's saying is he had a favorite spot that he used to just park it, and now he's doing a little bit of everything. I think that's overblown. I know that phrase, one-trick pony, sounds bad.
My guess is that this is a social media controversy. Mm-hmm. Am I? I'm correct on that, Jack.
Spot on.
Yeah.
So what, like one guy got worked up, and then other people looking for validation got their likes and
bingo.
Takes and, okay.
Yeah, you run with it, and then the people are like, 5'5" goalie Darren Pang calls out. It's like it's the most hack stuff you can do.
Mm-hmm. Good. Well, then it's perfect for us. Now, what's the next thing? Because this is Charles Barkley with Media Wars.
Yes. So
are these serious Media Wars? Or is he just busting bulls?
This one had a little bit of pepper under it, I felt.
You like that term?
A little pepper under it.
Yeah, like
a little pepper pot?
Yeah, like it had a little sear on it.
Okay.
He's a little upset that ESPN, who inside the NBA planning on being on ESPN next year, only kind of covers the Lakers and Warriors, and he thinks it does a disservice to the game of basketball.
Okay.
So, one moment here.
Oh, gosh, I thought it would have been ready.
Yeah, that's the darndest thing. All right, here we go.
Okay.
the Lakers saved the NBA season. That's because them fools on the other network, which we're going to be working for next year, that's all they talk about. Let me tell y'all something.
Tell me something.
And first of all, I want all the smoke. I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard or anything like that.
I don't whistle when I walk by the graveyard. Right. I like that. Hey, man. I'm stealing that one.
The Lakers are doing great. The season's been going great for the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Y'all just want to talk about the Warriors and the Lakers. They're both doing great. Don't get me wrong. If I turn out to be wrong, I got no problem with that. But that's because you fools on other networks, which we're going to become fools next year. We'll be working on that network. But Oklahoma City and the Cavs been balling for 6 months. And this lame-ass LeBron-Michael Jordan debate, which is lame. I've said it for years. The only people talk about LeBron and Michael is people on television who got no talent to talk about anything else. But it makes me mad. The Oklahoma City and the Cleveland Cavaliers are the two best stories in the NBA this year. Congratulations to the Lakers and the Warriors. They've had 2 good weeks. The Cavs and OKC have had 6 great months.
Okay. Tell us how you really feel. All right. Yeah, Shaq. Tell us how you feel.
Man. All right. Is this one of your favorite rants of all time?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I needed it on my birthday.
Them fools over there. ESPN.
Jackson, my bet is that you agree with the take.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's hard not to.
100%.
My favorite part is about the Michael LeBron thing. Said, fools with nothing, don't know anything. And then there's a clip I saw online last night. There was a recent Stephen A. thing where they were, in fact, debating LeBron versus Michael.
Yeah. And then you see, like, you check the headlines, Stephen A. Smith signs a $100 million 5-year deal.
You think that's a bargain?
I just don't understand. He must bring in that much money or they wouldn't pay him.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that many people watch that show to boost the ratings to that point where just one guy is worth $20 million.
He wants to also, with this new deal reported by The Athletic's Andrew Marchand, that he will be reducing his role on their NBA coverage so he can do more political shows.
So he's cutting back.
He is cutting back. Good for him, but he really wants to get into this political thing. This has been something that's been going on here for the last few months. He is more and more prominent, not to necessarily say that he will be running for office, even though he was polling at 2.5% for the 2028 Democratic nomination. But
so he announced that he would not be running.
That he would not.
Okay, despite the overwhelming amount of people interested in him running.
Yes.
Okay. I saw Kendrick.
He was certainly in the crosshairs of that Barkley rant.
He responded on X, and then Stephen A. responded and said, name names about the fools. And then he said, but I love you, bro.
Yeah, I think Charles and Stephen A. actually do have a good relationship. But that was more Kendrick Perkins, talking about how the Lakers' winning streak saved the NBA season.
I see Cleveland is 52-10.
That's right.
Oklahoma City's 51-11. And I think casual fans might have trouble naming any players on those teams.
Oh, Jackson's mad about that. If you don't know SGA,
you're anything but a casual fan. You're a diehard fan. You'll know them. But
I think a lot of people know Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and then Donovan Mitchell with the Cavs. But naming another player, I can see that.
But do you think Barkley is mad at you with the updates not doing enough to promote?
I wonder about that.
I've been talking about Shai all year.
You don't seem to
turn your back on a lot of these clubs.
Boston Market AdBot says ESPN can run an AI program on their shows at this point. An idea from the Boston Market AdBot to cut costs.
Don't give management any ideas on that.
Hey, the Colonel's going to join us coming up. The Colonel is beyond AI. He's at another level, and he'll call it how he sees it. He is brought to you by James Carlton, Missouri, and Kentucky. Final regular season game for the Fighting Tigers tomorrow, and then it's off to Nashville for the SEC tournament, and then where will they go in the NCAA tournament? And then you start to talk about what Joe Lenardi says. And Joe Lenardi always loves updating his brackets on Friday morning. And Doug, I will let you know what Joe Lenardi thinks coming up on the other side. All right. On the commercial break.
Okay.
Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, not sure what you can afford, not sure what you can improve for? Well, find out at AutoLoanPro.com. You go to the website, you'll see Robert Thomas, friend of the show. He'll join us momentarily. Well, momentarily meaning a little over an hour from now. Free playbook on that website as well. Just scroll down. You'll see the playbook. And what that is a learning guide to the credit industry, credit reports. How are they accumulated? How does it work? That helps you understand what kind of car you can afford. And at Auto Loan Pro, with little or no money down, they're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. They work with over 50 different lenders to make sure you get the very best deals. No matter what your circumstances are, you can get a new car online. Auto Loan Pro. Financing a car, one thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. It's part of the Lita family. Find out more. Download the free playbook. Do it all online at AutoLoanPro.com.
Hey, this is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Bulls outlast the Magic last night, 125-123. Kobe White, 44 points. Look at you, Kobe White. That was our SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, final time to hear this at Mizzou Arena tomorrow, Doug.
Yeah. It goes by fast, doesn't it, the basketball season? It always seems to for me. It really flies by.
Depends on how brutal the winter is. A really brutal winter and a brutal season. But a good season, yeah.
I guess brutal winter can be warmed up by a good season.
Yes, agreed.
When it starts, I'm not quite ready for it to start because we're still in the thick of football. And then you look up and football's over and you're halfway through the basketball season already.
Yeah, but then you talk about the tournament. Hey, well, that's what Joe Lenardi is doing here. And I'll set the stage before we talk it over with Gabe, because Missouri is on their way to Seattle to take on Whale. It's not a 5-12 matchup.
I can't even understand the name of the school when you say that.
What team has the nickname the Whales?
I think it's the Hartford Whales.
Now the Carolina Hurricanes, am I correct?
All the paisans are going to be jumping with joy.
There it is.
Now, if Missouri can get past Whale, they will take on either friend of the program Jerry Falwell's Liberty Flames or Scott Van Pelt's Turtles from Maryland.
Oh, I like that.
We just don't know any of that.
I like
until
the
they play it
Terps
out.
And that'll take place in Seattle.
So people should start buying their tickets.
No, I encourage you not to.
Why not?
I think
because we don't know.
Gabe DeArmond will confirm these reports. He joins us right now with his thoughts on Joe Lenardi's bracketology. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
I saw you posted Jerry Palm's brackets. Doug, you haven't seen Jerry Palm's brackets yet.
I don't.
Missouri is in the same pod with Iowa State as a 5 seed, and then Auburn would be taking on Illinois, meaning there's a chance for a bragging rights rematch. How about that?
Okay, if we're just going to make stuff up, I guess it's a heck of a rematch.
He said Illinois.
We don't know yet. Let's wait until it comes out.
Illinois.
Gabe, Doug's frustrated with these brackets, but you know that these things are usually pretty dialed in.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that. They get close. They get close, but like all it takes is change one team, one seed, and then everything's different. So it's fun though. Like, that's cool. Don't pay attention if you don't want to, but it's fun.
Thank you, Doug. We're gonna have fun.
I'm gonna wait till the real one comes out.
Gives you a general idea. I believe Jerry Palm currently has Missouri and Providence, which, look, if you guys know anything about me, I'm really only out for me. I'm very selfish in this
wait,
field.
You and Tim are friends?
Yeah, we were classmates. They must have taught this at the Missouri School of Journalism.
Was there a minor available?
Yeah, narcissism for teens.
Yeah, I majored in journalism, minored in selfishness. But he's got them headed to Providence, which, look, I have checked airfare for every potential location that I would have to fly to. Can we just be anti-Providence?
You want anti-Providence?
I'm fine with Denver. We need to be anti-Providence unless Kim English lets us stay at his house.
Oh, that probably wouldn't be bad.
Okay.
Stay at Kimmy's place. Even flying into Boston's tough?
Well, I mean, then you're renting a car. You know,
but I mean, it's not that long of a drive.
Yeah, but then it's the money, Tim. It's always the money, man.
Yeah, I share that too. Colonel, let's get into this thing on Wednesday night. Speaking of the money, I bet Missouri, then I live bet Missouri. I lost, and it's problematic. That was the first time I watched a game, I guess maybe since Auburn, but Auburn's obviously a different operation than Oklahoma, where I'm just like, man, they just don't have a chance. And I think the defensive issues are what's standing out to me. And I was reading your thoughts on Power Mizzou, that maybe Alabama and what they did against Missouri offensively tipped off other teams in the SEC on how to approach attacking Missouri's defense.
I don't think it's Alabama.
you give up 98 points to Alabama, I don't really worry about it because a lot of people give up 98 points to Alabama. It was the Arkansas game that was a big concern. 44 points in the paint, 92 for a team that I don't think had scored 80 in regulation in the SEC before that. And then they go to Vandy, and, Vandy 1 for 14 start from three-point range. And I think three-point defense is largely luck. Like, sometimes the shots go in, sometimes they don't. But I don't think that Vandy missed a lot of truly guarded shots, like they missed open shots. And then Mark Byington said in the second half, when we figured out if we got 2 feet in the paint, we were going to score. That's a problem. And I called that OU game with about 12 minutes left in the first half. I said they're not going to win this game because OU had just run the same set like 9 straight times, and they just kept scoring on it. They run a high ball screen. Missouri double teams it. The guy slits the screen, cuts down the lane, and it's just an easy pass to a big man for a layup. I mean, every time down the floor. So Missouri's got to figure it out. They could use, Jackson, I don't know how big you are. I'm assuming you're about 6'10", since Dennis offered you a scholarship. So they need you on defense.
Well, rangy.
So you're going to be put in on defense tomorrow against Kentucky. You're going up against Big Blue Nation tomorrow.
Protect this paint, baby.
Nice.
You would do that for us?
But that's the thing about Kentucky, too. Like, they're the number 5 or 6 offense in the country. I forget if they're 5 and Missouri 6 or it's reversed. But, they score a lot, and they give up a lot. They're very similar to Missouri. So I don't know that we're going to learn about problems being fixed tomorrow because if Kentucky comes out and scores 88 points, well, Kentucky does that a lot. You can live with it against Kentucky, but let's see, the first round SEC tournament game, probably Georgia, Arkansas, Texas, somebody in that range. Like, that team can't go score 90 against you, or you've got major issues that haven't been addressed.
How important is the SEC tournament going to be to Mizzou's seeding, you think, or are they pretty much locked in where they're going to be?
Yeah, I think it is very unlikely that it changes much. If they make the final, because the thing about the SEC tournament, like the committee has shown us the last few years, they don't really care about the conference tournaments and what happens. And I think that's definitely true on Sunday. Like, if you get into nobody's getting into the SEC championship that doesn't already have a bid locked up. Like, LSU and South Carolina aren't getting there. And if any other team gets there, they're already in. So I don't think it'll change the seed much. But if you do make it to Sunday, I mean, let's take Missouri. If you make it to Sunday, you've beaten, let's say, Texas, and then probably Tennessee and Florida. Those are resume-changing wins. And so I think most teams go to Nashville with a chance probably to improve their seed by maybe a line. Probably not more than that. Like, I don't think you can go from a 5 to a 3 or anything. But I think you could push it up a line. But again, and I think we talked about this last week, like, at what cost, right? Do you really want to go spend 3 days playing Tennessee, Florida, Auburn? I'm not sure it's the best thing.
Do we think there's any solution on the roster, like to tighten up the defense? Is it all positioning, or is like a Josh Gray playing more in the middle? Is there any obvious answer, do you think, or is it up to Coach Gates to just kind of come up with a new scheme?
No, I mean, he can't completely change what he does at this point. Obviously, you can make some tweaks the way you attack certain things, but I think the obvious answer is Ant Robinson and Josh Gray have to quit fouling. Those are the two best defensive players on the team. Gray had 4 against Vandy. He had 2 in the first 5 minutes against Oklahoma and was largely taken off the floor then the rest of the first half. Robinson had 4 in 13 minutes, which should not ever happen for a guard, but we've seen it happen to him a fair amount. So, number one, I think those guys have to quit fouling. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. You could play Marcus Allen a little bit more. You could play Aiden Shaw more. Like, I think Aiden Shaw helps the defense, but neither of those guys helps the offense. I mean, you're basically playing 4-on-5 offensively at that point. And if you have one of those guys and Josh Gray out there, you're kind of almost playing 3-on-5.
Gabe, I don't know if we've talked to you since the NFL Combine and how the Mizzou quarterback did. Brady Cook improved his stock. Is he going to get a shot in the NFL?
I mean, he'll get a shot. I don't know that he changed his draft position much. Like, I think most people are still going, yeah, he might be a guy you take a shot on in the 6th, 7th round, or he might be a guy you sign as a free agent. And, I think Brady's role in the NFL will be, okay, you come in and you can compete for the backup job. And if you don't win that, hopefully you're good enough to be, our number 3 quarterback who's not active on game days, but you're here picking up the system, all that, and maybe you are a cheap backup on a rookie contract for the next 3 years and see how it goes. Really good day for Brady. Really good week for Brady. Glad to see it. And I think he's gotten his name probably on more teams' radars when you get into that last hour and a half of the draft. But I can't see it happening before then.
Gabe DeArmond every Friday at about 9 o'clock here on TMA. Presented to you by James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Missouri and Kentucky tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and Jackson Burkett will be debuting and protecting the paint.
He's going to do that for us. That's
for
nice.
the Tigers.
That's right. That's right. Probably take a charge at some point.
Yeah, he'd probably take several charges. I don't know if you get the call or not, but
they'll have to peel me off the floor.
He'll run over you.
Yeah. So, Colonel, you're not going to Nashville. You're going to Providence or Seattle or Wichita or whatever?
Yeah, not going to Nashville. Drew King will be there, but planning to tag team it in the NCAA tournament. Again, I'm selfish. I love covering the NCAA tournament. It's a lot of fun.
How about that?
It is fun.
Look at that.
Maybe you can drive to Providence if they wind up there.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I'll leave right after we get off the phone here.
Okay, you'd have to.
Gabe DeArmond here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Thanks, Colonel.
All right, guys, let's go check those brackets and see where.
Wait till the right one comes out.
Doug, do you want me to get a travel agent on the line that we can start booking some flights?
I like logistics. Yeah.
Sure. Now, fun facts for no one tell. Do you ever cover a Rams-Patriots game in Foxborough, Martin?
I did.
Did you stay in Providence or Boston?
Providence.
The Rams would stay in Providence.
Yep. Stay with the team.
I stayed in Boston, I remember, and then Doug covered them there, and Stan Kroenke blocked off the bathroom, and Doug needed to use the little
Minnesota.
wizard.
No, that was Minnesota.
Oh, I thought that was Foxborough.
No, that was the University of Minnesota.
That was in St. Paul. It was at the Gophers Stadium.
Right. When they didn't have
I didn't quite know what was happening.
A restroom suitable for NFL owners.
I was making my 5th trip to the media buffet, and then I did see like a couple guys in suits outside the door.
Henchmen. These were henchmen.
They were henchmen. I'm like, that's how Stan rolls.
One of them was a guy.
My prostate.
One of the henchmen was a guy I played college baseball with, and he had his arms folded and looked at me and just kind of smirked. I said, "You're not going anywhere." I said, "Okay,
fella."
He realized internally how ridiculous the situation was.
Yes, he did. He absolutely did.
Had to have. Gosh.
Robert Thomas is going to be with us coming up at 10 o'clock here on the program. Already joined by Joey Vitale. We were within 5 hours of the trade deadline, and we will know what the Blues are choosing to do or not do here by 2 p.m. You'll want to hear the reaction on the fast lane, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., and then the Blues and Ducks tonight in Anaheim. Finish off the West Coast portion of this road swing tomorrow as they go back to take on the Kings. Tim McKernan?
I was going to ask you if you're worried about Whale. Worried that matchup, Doug. If they played Yale last year, they stung Auburn first round. They were a 13 seed last year to beat Auburn. That's what Charles Barkley gave friend of the show, Bob Wallace, a shout out on TNT.
Oh, yeah.
All the Yale people that Charles knew, he's like, "I hear you, Bob Wallace." And then Bob sends me a clip like at midnight on a Friday. I'm like, why am I getting a video? I didn't stay up to watch Yale, or is it Whale?
The Ivy League's been clipping the SEC here the last few tournaments, so with Whale lurking out there again.
And they did it in 2016 to Baylor as a 12 seed. Yale.
Doug.
So look out for the Whale.
Can you imagine playing for Yale or Princeton and still having to deal with that Ivy League education while you play basketball? I mean, these guys still have to go to that real school, right? Yeah. Those players, they don't get a pass, I wouldn't think.
No, they're going. They're learning.
So
yeah, but it's a whole different level from the rest of the country.
Yeah, you have to be really smart to play basketball at one of those schools.
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
You don't want to play Yale. You don't want to play Princeton. Mizzou got Cornell one year. I think they took them
They did get Cornell. Was that 2009?
I don't know the year.
And then they beat Marquette, then they beat Memphis, and then they lost to UConn. Am I right on that?
Was it in Arizona they lost?
It was. I was there. Were you there?
I was not there.
Marcus Dedman from 3/4 court. Mizzou Monster.
Boy, could he play. Oh, man.
Charlie Marlowe's accused me of absorbing some of his trips that I'll forget and say, "Oh, remember that game?" He goes, "You weren't there. I was there."
You absorbed the memory, though?
I get a little confused.
Yeah.
But I was not at the Mizzou Elite Eight.
Pretty nice, though, to let our TV stations on their dollar ship us all around the country to see all these events. It's
kind of like they figured out that maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, they don't do it anymore.
Use of their money.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
But there was a time. I saw basically the whole country on the Channel 4 dime.
Same here.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Same here. That was eye-opening.
Mm-hmm.
That takes us back to the 7 o'clock hour conversation. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union started in the shadows of the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. It was Eagle Credit Union. Now they've grown to 14 area locations. New name, Together Credit Union. Same idea. When you are a member of the credit union, you're also an owner of it. Instead of like a bank where somebody else is making the money. No. You benefit by being a member of a credit union. It's one of the benefits there. And right now in 2025, if you sign up at Together Credit Union, you can take part in their new high-yield checking account. It's called Empower Checking. Pretty simple. You earn above market interest on the money that you keep in that day-to-day checking account. Interest paid each month. Checking account that rewards you for balances, not activity. To apply, pretty simple. Just go to togethercu.org. Stop by any one of those 14 local St. Louis branches. You can work directly. One of the amazing member advocates. Pretty simple. Great operation. Together Credit Union all around the St. Louis area. You get paid to save with Empower Checking. Go to togethercu.org/empower for full terms and details. Membership eligibility is required. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Doug, this is the breakdown that you like.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
Break it down. Burritos, Totitos, Doritos, and Cheetos, Fritos, Mojitos, and the Senoritos, Romeos, and Trios with the jalapenos. Yeah. Tacos from Pacos with Panchos, Nachos, Churros, Rancheros, and some Canyoneros. I'm out. Adios, amigos.
We bought this stuff on everything, our burgers and our fries, and don't forget your chicken wings. Help us celebrate today. This one's for the mayo.
Doug, Acoustic Sessions bringing us back on Pop Star Friday.
Very nice.
We've gone from Boys to Men to
Prince
to Acoustic Sessions. It's tough to really find a theme.
With Tina E mixed in there as well.
That's correct.
Pop Star Friday kind of encompasses a lot, though, right?
Yeah,
You could play Peter Frampton. You could play ELO, right?
Yeah.
You could,
I like wiggle room. I like to wiggle.
You like to wiggle. Are you done with your clerical work?
Never. It doesn't end until 11.
Yeah, I got 90 more minutes to get your text name saved in the Air Comfort Service inbox, and then Jackson's done until April 1st. Really an unfortunate set of circumstances here. Coming out of the Colonel interview brought to you by James Carlton, Joey Vitale in the 8 o'clock hour, and Robert Thomas coming up at 10 o'clock, that Jesse Kiowski, here of a long time since we've gotten to Hubbard 3 years ago, has been in charge of marketing promotions for the program, and Mike Ryder, executive producer. They came in bearing gifts for the 314 day, Doug, which is fast approaching. Mm-hmm. And you guys all got these jerseys, and they were adult jerseys.
Well, yeah.
But then the one that I was given
What's an XL?
It's a youth XL, Madden.
Oh.
I didn't see the actual size.
It might be a little snug on Mickey Carroll.
But I have to tell you, as I hold it up, I go, it might be the right size. It might be the right size. Jackson, how would you feel if the Cardinals trotted out a jersey somewhat similar to this?
If the sleeves were also navy.
I agree with you. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Then I'm actually super into it.
This is a YouTube-centric conversation. But for those of you in the Michelob Ultra YouTube, you're being handsomely rewarded. And, of course, I have retained counsel, and we will be talking with the people from the 314 day about their height discrimination.
Are you furious?
Practice.
Yeah. Like one of my favorite uniforms is in Major League when they're like in spring training or kind of like batting practice. They got the high-waisted pants on and the navy Cleveland Indians. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough.
Jump out.
I know. It's tough. But navy.
What is this, 1930?
Navy like mesh batting practice jersey, I think it just looks awesome.
Sharp look.
I think it looks
Ricky
awesome.
Wild Thing Vaughn was wearing that thing. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You were handsomely rewarded with the video there. You can watch youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra, perfect for the weekend. Warm weather today. Looking like, I always look at the flags to get a gauge on the wind in the area for those of you looking to ball strike on a Friday afternoon. Doug, wind out of the east, but it looks to be relatively timid, so you should be able to go low today if you can just compress that. Just hit down on it. Just hit down on it. It's going to go off like a piss rocket. Just hit down on it, though.
All right,
Michelob Ultra, superior light beer brewed for those who understand that it's only worth it if you enjoy it, containing only 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra is only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, the official sponsor of the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Jimmy Rollins was on with, was that foul territory or fair territory?
I think
can't
foul.
keep him straight. All right. And he was pointing, I was watching this interview yesterday. He was on for a while when they were visiting Clearwater in the Phillies camp, and he's doing some work with the Phillies, kind of like in the Ozzie Smith role, and made this observation on the state of the game of baseball and stars.
Obviously, the game is, for a while, it wasn't exciting. There was just home runs and strikeouts. There was nothing in between. We saw Shohei go 50-50 last year. The year before that, Acuna went like 40-70 or whatever it was. So those things that were more skill based are starting to come back into the game. But yet still, the other sports are sexy. I mean, who doesn't want to talk about Patrick Mahomes? Who doesn't want to talk about LeBron James or Kyrie Irving when he's on and is comparing him to Allen Iverson and his handles? SGA, who I watched play last night, like, they're exciting. You get to see their faces. They have the ball, in the crucial moments. Baseball isn't a game where you can put up your best pitcher or your best batter when the game is on the line.
So you want the golden at bat rule?
Yeah.
That's what you want. You want the golden at bat rule.
Look, the golden bat rule is kind of weird, but it might do something. It is weird, but the other sports, they get to do that. They get to put their best player in the prime time every single time. You can't force that in baseball. So I think that's what makes those sports sexy, that they're star-driven, where baseball is starting to become more of that. It's always been about the name on the front, not the name on the back, and the other sports have recognized if you have a star, we want to promote that star. Yes, people are going to follow that team because of that player, but they're more than likely going to buy that person's jersey, follow that person because they like that person in that moment. In baseball, you just can't force that.
So he's not pro-golden at bat, but he's making the observation that with the game on the line, Lake Show is going to get the ball in the hands of LeBron, or I guess Luka now. And then football, you got the Super Bowl. You know Mahomes is going to be out there. Or I guess if the Eagles are out there, Hurts is going to be out there. Obviously in hockey, you have short shifts. You can get that top line out there. Baseball, you love it if you can get it, but you're not necessarily guaranteed to get it.
It's an interesting take. And as soon as he said that, I was thinking, I went full AJ, because I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. Oh, golden at bat. Bring in the player you want. It's the ninth inning. It's a big moment. Oh, we got Albert Pujols on our team. Who's up? Pete Cosma. Like, oh, well, give it your best shot.
That's when you're supposed to bring up a pinch hitter.
Yeah.
You're supposed to have the veteran pinch hitter.
Steve Braun is on the bench.
Right. Steve Braun, 1985 Cardinals.
Orge.
Gene Tennis.
1982 Cardinals.
Some of the greats.
2 Cardinals.
Might be fun to try that for a year.
The golden bat. What about the golden Hoosier?
That'd be better. Yeah, if you
Release
put fans in the stands.
Yeah, Doug's got a winner there.
Bottom of the 8th, yeah.
Everything that he just said is why I can't stand sports anymore. It's turning into a me, and not about the team. And that's why I still love hockey. It's from the 314.
Okay. Tim, speaking of hockey.
Jackson just shook his head at that text like he was Adam Wainwright on the mound at Shea Stadium in 2006.
Was this guy trying to get elected?
Tim, speaking of hockey, I told a story. My buddy Dan Charles was sitting in Denver, and all of a sudden he said, "What do you do, pal? What, you seem like a nice guy." And then he said, "Well, I played hockey." "Oh, really? Who'd you play?" He said, "Well, I played for the Oilers, the Kings, the Blues, the Rain." He said, "What's your name?" I said, "Wayne." And so I told that story the other day, and then a few friends of mine, the Rockhurst Mafia, said, "Oh, you didn't tell it right." So my buddy Dan Charles texted me. He said, "Who do I sue for slander?"
Oh, there's going to be more litigation.
Dan Charles, the great Dan Charles, is on the line to clarify the Gretzky story.
I don't know if this will mitigate the damages, but I guess it's only fair. Doug and myself have distanced ourselves from this story.
You need time away.
Dan, welcome to the program. How are you?
Thanks, Marty. I'm doing great. How are you guys this morning?
We're good. How did you, I know you weren't listening. You usually are in New York City, big Wall Street hotshot. How did you find out that I had mistold the story?
I've got a lot. One of my Hoosier redneck friends sent me the recording.
Oh, wow. Okay, so I told everybody you were at the Denver airport. You had no clue who the great Wayne Gretzky was.
Let me just clarify the whole story, and I'll tell it very quickly, Marty. It's not.
By the way, Dan texted me yesterday. He said, "I have a haircut at 10. He's calling it at 9:30. I'm like, "I think we'll be able to wrap it up by 10.
It's not like he walked in wearing his 99 jersey or sweat, rather. I mean, it's not like so. It was Super Bowl Sunday. I was in Cherry Creek, Colorado at the JW Marriott. My family had been out skiing for the weekend. I was working at Janus at the time. I put them on a plane home. I hit a couple bars in Cherry Creek. It was like 4:30 in the afternoon. I'm like, I'm not going to go watch the Super Bowl in a bar. So I went to the concierge level of the JW Marriott where I was staying. And I was up there by myself. There was a British guy at the other end of the couch. And this guy walks in, and he's got blonde hair. He's got a kind of jeans on, button-down shirt untucked. And he walks in, and I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" He's like, "Fine." I'm like, he's like, "I was just over at Elway's." I'm like, "Yeah, it's kind of a cougar bar." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You know, John, he's a great guy." And then we were watching the Super Bowl and having a bottle of red wine, and we were I said, "Hey, Tom Petty was the halftime show." I'm like, "Tom's a great rocker, not a great guy, not a great looking guy." And he's like, "Oh, Tom's just an old rocker," like he knew Tom Petty, right?
So he knows John Elway. He knows Tom Petty.
He knows everybody. Yeah. And I was like, he looked like a Tech, California kind of guy. And I was like, but he definitely had like the Canadian farm boy accent. And he was definitely staring at me like, "Don't you know who I am?" which I didn't at all because I was a little more concerned about my family at the time. So anyway, if you remember in that game, which I think was Giants Patriots, I think the Giants won 17-14, if I recall correctly. If you remember that game, Belichick walks off the field with almost a minute left in the game. And Wayne Gretzky's like, in his Canadian accent, he's like, I don't understand your effing game. He's like, if you have money on this game, like, what are you doing not finishing out this game? And then actually he also said, he's like, where are you from? I said, St. Louis. He's like, oh, I used to live at your Ritz-Carlton. So I'm like, okay, this guy knows John Elway. He knows Tom Petty. I'm like, he used to live at the Ritz-Carlton. I'm like, of course you did, So anyway, I leave the concierge lounge, and Ron, the manager's like, hey, Dan, do you know who that is? I'm like, I have no idea. He goes, it's Wayne Gretzky. I'm like, of course it is. So I got home, open up the Sunday paper. I see him behind the bench of the Phoenix Coyotes. I recognize him immediately in a hockey environment. I just don't think you think the guy is going to be sitting with you for 4 hours watching the Super Bowl, drinking a couple bottles of red wine, shooting the bull. So it was a hilarious story. I told the people in the office the next day, they're like, how did you not know who it was? But out of you're just not expecting the great one to sit down and talk to you for 4 hours. And then, I didn't bother. It's probably the first time in his lifetime he didn't have somebody pestering him.
I feel like I told the story accurately, and now the texters are coming after Dan. Get this guy off the radio. Stop taking calls. Somebody called him Dangina. That's unfortunate.
That guy.
That's not nice.
Hey,
but
by the way, we did have hockey in Springfield. We watched Slapshot, of course, the Hanson brothers.
But you've seen Gretzky since. Did you ever admit this to him?
I'll talk to him because our lockers are on the same row. We belong to the same golf club.
Like Mr. Licks here.
I haven't seen him where I could get to him in a, non-threatening fan way. But I will run it by him.
Okay, please. I want you to address that. The great Dan Charles out of Springfield, Mo, lives in St. Louis, was with Wayne Gretzky, had no clue, despite multiple hints being dropped in his direction.
Multiple.
So had he worn the 99 jersey, Dan may have been aware of who it was.
Could be the drinking problem. Could be the smoking, the drinking. I don't know. But
probably on your end. All right. Well, good luck with the haircut as well.
All right. Thanks.
Doug, that was Dan. I don't know if he's still going to sue Martin.
He could.
For the record.
I feel like my story was 100%.
I got to tell you, your story is pretty accurate based on the story I heard.
Okay, it wasn't at the airport. It was at the JW Marriott, but he didn't know who Gretzky was, and the texters didn't enjoy the call.
Not true. Dan sounds cute. What are his measurements? That's an Al and Dave.
That's a good question.
Gretzky can kind of blend in, though. He doesn't look like a big, huge football player or basketball player, and he's not a loud guy, and he just kind of looks like your neighbor.
I don't know.
He's kind of soft-spoken and happens to be the greatest hockey player of all time.
He's like John, like, Elway? Okay, Tom. Oh, Tom Petty. Like, boy, this guy knows everybody.
Is this the surprise guest line? This is the porta potty guy for sure.
It was
the porta potty guy.
She has romantic, family, sexy, and also Cumstein modes. Doug Mitch Cumstein writing in.
Oh my God! This one, Dan, face between ass, fight for air. That's really
that's from Father Brown. He has always been very aggressive
Jesuit?
in the time. I think he's SJ. Yes.
First time nobody came for a while. I was in one of the wrong ones, and then I just switched over to a busy one, and then, I don't know, just some chick came in, and supposedly she saw me or whatever.
Gosh.
I enjoyed
sound like
it.
him at all.
I enjoyed
Next
it.
time, drink bleach, not wine. That's from the sick man.
Gosh.
Now, when he said our lockers are near each other, it's, Mr. Licks is saying, yeah, that's kind of my move.
Yeah, I caught that. I like that. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Coming up in 21 minutes, though. Robert Thomas with us on the Stiefel dossier. Anxious to hear his perspective on the Colton Parayko news and this trade deadline that is 4 hours away. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug, it's Pop Star Friday with our DJ Jackson Burkett.
He's on the ones and the twos.
He is.
Now, who is this?
The Weeknd.
Oh,
2015? Is this a decade old?
I just don't know the
Nailed
years.
it.
Yeah.
Is that a falsetto, would you call that?
Yeah, probably.
And he performed at the Super Bowl?
Yes.
2020. Yeah.
So in front of no one?
Yeah, it was the
that
Tampa.
was pre-COVID. That was
No, it was the 20. So I guess February 2021 in Tampa. So there was people there, but yeah, there's a pretty famous GIF/meme of him like wandering around a golden hallway. It's tough to describe. People know what the meme is,
but yet they don't.
I can picture it. Actually, now I know what you're saying.
Oh, the Alliance is back.
No,
it's like he's like walking around confused.
Yeah, it was kind of like a mirror inside a mirror. And
Yeah.
he just kind of keeps wandering.
Yeah.
And then I was at a bar and he was sitting next to me and I'm like, what do you do? He goes, well, I only work on Saturdays and Sundays. I'm like, oh, like the weekend?
Oh, Martin. They're already all over you in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Doesn't matter.
For the so out of the blue, this guy just calls in during the show? The show? That's John Scores not happy with.
That was for errors and omissions. We clarified matters.
That is his. Doug Armstrong is going to talk at 2:30 today. 2:30, not 10:30. 2:30. The deadline, of course, 2 o'clock. Robert Thomas is going to join us in 14 minutes here on TMA. Terrible dad joke, Martin. That's from former KMOV sports analyst admirer.
New text name.
Oh, that's okay. So it's a Tim reference because you're the sports analyst.
Oh, God, yeah, I was wondering what
in
that
the newspaper
meant.
They described you as sports analyst, formerly at KMOV.
Get involved on the program. Many are 314-399-9646. That's how you can get involved on the program. In addition to that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as well. And, of course, calling in. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. I offer Doug and Martin 4-1 on their money. If Braden Schenn got traded, both declined. Jackson wasn't paying attention. Chairman Kurt, you get it. You get 4-1 on your money between now and 2 o'clock. Braden Schenn gets traded. You get 4-1. You're putting 100 down. He gets traded. You get 400. You might not consider it likely, but if it hits 26% of the time, you got your money in good. I don't think we understand that here. We got to understand our expected value.
So I give you 25. He gets traded. You owe me 100.
That's right.
So you don't think he'll be traded?
No, I was asking you just hypothetically if you like. I'm trying to get a gauge on how likely you think it is.
I don't
he's
think
traded.
so. The Toronto one, Strickland said he's got a no trade, and it indicated he doesn't want to go anywhere. But Toronto would be the one spot. It sounds like with their chance to win and Berube that he could say sure.
Here's something I'd like to tell you guys as far as the read goes. I don't know if you schedule a presser if you don't think you're going to do anything. That's all. Meryl Streep, Devil Wears Prada, 2006. Think about it.
Yeah.
Adrian Grenier won Best Supporting Actor that year.
Still bitter.
Tough performance from Vinny Chase. Tough performance.
I don't remember going to any press conferences where they said, well, we didn't do anything.
There you go, Doug. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
But Army likes to sometimes address all issues at once. Parayko being out. Hey, Doug, how come you didn't make a move? How are you going to replace Parayko? Sometimes he kind of likes to take on all themes.
State of the team address.
And
maybe they're going to get that defenseman that I'm advocating for.
But he may have a minor move, too. We traded Sundqvist or something. I don't know.
I don't know from Joey means a sell for Army. That's from Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. I see what he's saying. He's making reference to Joey Vitale in the conversation, and I think either me or you, Doug, asked him the question, what do you think Doug Armstrong is going to do? And he said, well, 24 hours ago, I thought maybe there might be like a minor addition with a forward, but now I don't know. And I get where the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle's making that read because Joey Vitale's in the spot that he's in, and he doesn't want to say, yeah, I'd sell. But me being in the spot where I'm in, which is unlikable and really not credible, I'm able to say it. And that really frees me up.
Okay. Former analyst.
Former sports
analyst. No, that's his current job.
Oh.
Sports analyst.
I say full speed ahead.
And it'll be carried live, I would assume, here during the Fast Lane. Doug Armstrong in
I'm looking forward to listening.
L.A. with the team. And, well, I saw that Jake Wallman, former Blues draft pick, played here a little bit. They got San Jose got a conditional first-round pick from Edmonton in that deal, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that tells you, I think, that it is definitely a seller's market right now, and that's probably what Armstrong is looking into. But apparently the asking price on Schenn was really high. Hey, we're not trying to trade you, but if we get blown away, we'd consider it. Then they make that awkward Arenado conversation. Hey, we got a deal. You on board?
That's what you have to say before. Is that kind of softens the blow.
Hey there, fella.
Tim, you might have a gambling problem. Do you bet on the games at St. Gabe's? That's from Larry Bird's Trash Truck. For some reason, DraftKings does not allow St. Gabriel games on their board, and I don't know what that's about.
You can do it in the back alley, though, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about the back alley?
Nice.
I know a lot of gambling goes down there.
I love Joey, but I can't really trust a guy who reversed his vasectomy. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Oh. Okay.
I can only imagine. That's he talked about the gates of hell going to that trampoline park. I think the reverse vasectomy would be worse.
Oh,
just being honest.
I don't know. Sometimes it reverses on its own.
That doesn't sound optimal.
No, it doesn't. I had a friend who had a child at like 58 years old or something.
Oof. Was he excited?
And he'd had the vasectomy.
Oh.
Because they tie it off, and then sometimes, sometimes
tie it off.
Yeah, they tie off the tubes, and sometimes the tubes grow back together.
Tie it off like a crawfish boil. Tie off the bag.
Similar to that, yeah.
Yeah, crawfish boil.
I don't mean they tie your bag in a knot. There's tubes inside of there.
You like crawfish, Doug?
Segue.
I'm not sure I've ever had it.
I don't think I have either.
Did we just go from vasectomy to crawfish?
Yeah. One of the fun things to do on this program is just like a diagram of a sentence is follow the train of thought all while, ideally, just snorting rails of Adderall off like a tramp stamp. Mm-hmm. That's kind of a hobby.
Yeah. It's true. I never thought about getting a tramp stamp tattoo.
No, I never had the thought either.
Somebody snagged that audio. Cal Kennedy with an update. St. Gabe 7th grade boys first round Archdiocesan playoffs. It's a home game tonight at 6 p.m.
God, put every dollar you've got on St. Gabe. Sell the house, get a second mortgage.
Make sure we get a Monday follow-up on the final score.
Whatever cash you can come up with, you put it on St. Gabe's.
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
I don't know about the St. Gabriel game because, again, it's not available on DraftKings, but I do know that the Billikens are taking on Duquesne tomorrow. That's a 7 p.m. start at home. Last regular season home game for the Billikens. And then off to, we thought it was Brooklyn, but it's Washington, D.C. to go win the A-10 tournament. Saturday, 7 p.m. versus Duquesne. Tickets starting at $10 on SlewBillikens.com. The first 2,500 fans will have a chance to play basketball bingo to win prizes. It's also senior night, recognizing Gibson Jimerson, Isaiah Swope, and Kobe Johnson with a post-game ceremony. And 2025-2026 season ticket deposits are now available. Visit SlewBillikens.com. Billikens and Duquesne tomorrow night, 7 p.m. ILL tonight against Purdue, laying 3.5. And we had inside word from Wooden Shoe 02, who says take Illinois and lay the 3.5. Jackson, Missouri's number tomorrow is 3.5 against Kentucky. Where are you putting your cash?
Wouldn't touch that game. I don't know what Missouri team you're going to get. I didn't think I'd have to say that this year because they've been pretty consistent. But I just don't know where they're at right now, so I have some concerns. I like the Illinois play. I like the over in that game, like 159.5. But with Missouri, I just don't know. I'd really like to see Tamar Bates look for his shot more. I know it's getting a little into the weeds, but he's like a true three-level scorer, and I feel like sometimes he's just part of the offense and not looking for his shot. And he's a great player.
Interesting what Gabe said. If Kentucky has a big scoring day, it's still not really a gauge as to where Mizzou's at on defense because it's what they do.
Right.
So if you did slow them down, however, it might be a sign that you've made some progress.
Certainly, yeah. But Missouri also likes to play up-tempo and score and just have kind of a shootout. So I would venture to guess that it would be that same kind of tempo tomorrow.
Got some NHL trade deadline news, not involving the Blues, but one of their division mates. The Hurricanes, per ESPN, have a deal in place to trade Mikko Rantanen to the Stars, but it's contingent on the winger signing an extension in Dallas. Sources told ESPN's Emily Kaplan here within the last 20 minutes. The Stars and Rantanen's camp continue to talk ahead of the deadline coming your way in 4 hours. So Mikko Rantanen on the move, possibly for a second time here this season. We'll see what Robert Thomas has to say regarding Colton Parayko news. I'll be the one. I'll be happy to be the mercenary. I'll ask about the trade deadline. He'll do the thing where. But you got to ask about it. So we'll talk it over with him. I mean, hell, I would think. I mean, the Parayko news is brutal, but he's on a heater. The team's on a heater. Taking on the Ducks tonight. Robert Thomas joining us coming up here in a matter of moments on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Mark Hanna online at evergreenstl.com, or you can call him at 314-889-0503. I said it earlier in the program, take me back 25 years. What am I doing different? Number one, I never get off the Propecia. Number two, I make sure I have a great insurance agent. And number three, I make sure I have a great financial advisor. And I'm telling you, those three decisions, Doug, I think there's a good chance I'd be a U.S. Senator.
You think so?
I really do.
With your height.
That would have been tough.
Sorry.
Now that's that. But if I could go and do the extension procedure, then yeah, I think that I'd become
have it all locked in. Yeah,
electable.
Almost a perfect candidate.
I think at that point, yes, I agree with you. Mark Hanna's online at evergreenstl.com, or you can call him at 314-889-0503. He is a world-class person, and I'll tell you this: you get off the phone with Mark Hanna, and you feel better about life in general, but specifically your financial situation, because you've taken the first step, and now you've got a plan to have your goals in the short term and long term reached with somebody you're going to say, man, this guy is a really good guy and he knows this industry. It's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. Robert Thomas joining us next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Weather is warming up. Now is the time to do it. Go to aestheticdesignandbuild.com and work with Dan and his team and get your outdoor living space customized by Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, really impressive showroom. I have been out there and I was so impressed. I said, come by my house and let's take a look at what we can do. And they do all kinds of things for your outdoor living areas, including a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. You can see it for yourself at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or by calling them at 636-532-5008. They don't offer one particular product that they hard sell. They offer products that they trust from multiple leading manufacturers, and then they let the customers decide what products best fit their budget, needs, and tastes. Get your outdoor living space ready for the warm weather. Go to aestheticdesignandbuild.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Anaheim Ducks. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Puck drops at 9 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You can watch the program and participate in the Michelob Ultra chat at youtube.com/TMA STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the show for his weekly appearance, ladies and gentlemen, live from Southern California, Robert Thomas with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Robert.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Hey, I want you to feel free, and I know you already do anyway, to slap me around in this interview because I'm going to ask some questions that I know aren't necessarily inspiring, but I felt like it was just a gut punch yesterday with the Colton Parayko news. And considering how well you individually have been playing, the team's been playing, it just was like the worst news to hear that a guy who's been so damn good this year is out for the next 6 weeks. So I'm curious how you took it and how your teammates took it.
Yeah, obviously really hard. He's so important to our team. I think as teammates, we're motivated. We're ready to step up. We're ready to, show him in his absence that, we can handle the load until he's ready to come back and keep us in the mix and keep pushing for that playoff spot and allow him to come back healthy and ready to go. I think personally, I feel terrible for him. He's obviously having a great season. Offensively, defensively, he was great at the Four Nations. He's had so many great things going for him, and to have his regular season kind of stopped like that really, really sucks. So I feel for him.
I thought I heard Curb say, were you guys calling him Beast? Is that a newer nickname?
Beast? No, that's been around for a while.
So it's been around for a while. Wow. There goes.
So it sounds like Martin's the one who's going to get slapped around today, not me.
I thought I heard Curb say it like it was a new thing.
Why don't you just apologize to Robert? He's obviously disappointed.
I'll leave. It's been a tough hour for me.
Sometimes, though, Robert, when you lose a key player, the rest of the players really, as you kind of mentioned, they kind of suck it up and play even a little bit harder. They find still another gear to shift into. Do you think that could be the case here?
Yeah, that's what it's got to be. You're never going to replace a guy like that. He plays the toughest minutes. He's one of the best shutdown guys in the entire league, and this year he's scored a ton of goals. He's been a huge part of our offense, and there's so many things he does really, really well. I think everyone could step up a little bit, and really, if the whole team steps up and everyone does a little bit more, then you're able to kind of maintain it. So that's our mindset, and we owe it to Colton. He's been unbelievable all season for us and many years in a row.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on TMA. Something I heard Jim Montgomery, he was on with the boys from the Fast Lane yesterday afternoon, and he said, this, of course, sucks, as you earlier said, Robert, but it would have been tougher a month ago because the team didn't necessarily have the belief that the team has inside the room right now. Now, I, of course, being pessimistic, go, well, I think it sucks now because the team is on the heater that it's on, and who knows what was about to continue to happen. But he said it doesn't matter. There is a belief inside the room that exists now that might not have been there a month ago. So I thought that was a really intriguing perspective from the coach. What are your thoughts on what he had to say?
Yeah, I believe it. I look back at my time in St. Louis, and for the majority of it, it's always been the next man up mentality, and that's been a huge part of our success here for a long time. And, that feeling in our room is so strong, and we feel like we're building things. And, that's the mindset you have when you're a good team and you're you're pushing. And, that's the way we all feel, and we're excited to go out there and keep on battling.
How much fun for you to be the one to finish it off the other night in L.A., to get that shootout chance, knowing that if you score, it's over?
Yeah, it was great. Obviously a huge win. We got a lot of big games, especially this weekend. Tonight and tomorrow we got 2 big games. Anaheim's right there, and obviously we're pushing to try and catch LA. So, it was an emotional night for a lot of us, and I'm happy to get the win.
And now that you're at trade deadline day, do you get the sense there's a lot of players hoping their phone doesn't ring?
Yeah. You never know what happens on deadline day. You try not to think about it. And, we're not so focused on that. We're focused on the game tonight and getting ready for that.
This is another question that would fall under the feel free to slap me around, but I got to ask it anyway. Because what Doug Armstrong's got to kind of balance here is, he's got to manage the long-term goals of the organization while also going, man, these guys have been on a heater here as of late. How do I do it? You can speak in generalities to your experiences, but if he were to trade somebody away today, would that be a kick to the gut to the guys in the room?
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not a manager and I'm glad I'm a player. It seems like a pretty hard decision, but you know what? As players, you've been through a lot over the years, and stuff happens, and you got to really focus on moving forward and being resilient. And you never know what happens. We're confident in the group we have, and confident we can make some big strides, but. That stuff's out of your control, and as a player, you just really got to focus on continuing to get better, and as a team, continuing to build a good culture, and we're on a good path right now, and that's our main focus.
Coming out of the break, did you guys say anything collectively, or is it just understood, hey, we've got to go on a little bit of a run here, or they might look to trade players?
To be honest, for a while, I think we were playing really good hockey for a while and just not getting the results, and then we got frustrated and weren't as consistent. And I think over the break, we really realized that we were doing a lot of really good things and the results weren't coming. But if we just stuck with it and tweaked a couple things, and then the results were going to start coming. I think coming out of the break in practice, we really emphasized that. We made a couple tweaks, and we've been getting the results, and now we've been able to do it a little bit more consistently and get that mojo and feeling every single night. And even when we're down in games, we're able to, we're doing a great job whenever they score of coming out and trying to respond quickly. But even if you're not able to get a goal, you're still setting the tone and continuing to press, and that's led to a lot more consistent success for us.
When you get hot like you are now on this point streak, where the shots seem to go in and the passes lead to goals, can you feel it like you're a little more accurate with everything, you have more confidence? What's that feeling like when you're kind of in the zone?
Yeah, maybe a little. To be honest, you don't really think about it too much. For me right now, yeah, things are going in, but a lot of it's, other things that happen throughout the game, whether it's the line before you, having a great shift, leaving you in a great spot to succeed, and you're trying to do the same for the line after you. And I think when things are rolling like that, sometimes, yeah, you get the results, but in the long term, the whole team gets the results, and that's what you focus on more.
Robert, I'm curious your perspective on what we've seen with Zach Bolduc over the last few months, the development and the growth. You were in his spot a few years ago, and now you get to see a young guy start to come into his own. What have you seen behind the scenes, and what have you seen out on the ice?
Yeah, look, he's obviously an incredible offensive talent and can score goals. He can make a ton of plays. I think just habits and details have grown so much, and he's such a great kid, and he's so ready to learn and wants to be better and wants to learn, and I think it's paying off for him. I remember when I was younger, I had Bozy on my line who helped with a lot of things. He covered my butt a ton, especially early on, and allowed me to kind of grow. And I think Sonny's done an excellent job, and that line has been incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, most nights they're all over the other line. They're dominating. They're creating a lot of momentum for the team, and Mojo's fit in so well with them, and they're a massive part of our success. And when you have young guys like that are you can see grow and are bought in and are really coming into their own, it gives a ton of confidence to the team, and you really need those guys to step up, and he's done a great job of it.
I would think as far as road trips go, this is not all that bad. What, about 6 nights in a row? You're in Southern California. Tough opponents, yes. It's all about the hockey, but I would think accommodations, locale, if you got to go on the road, it's kind of nice to just settle in.
Yeah, it's definitely been nice. Our weather's not been great, which is kind of disappointing. But yeah, it's always nice getting out here. We usually get out here every other year for about a week, and it's nice to kind of relax and win some hockey games. That's most important.
And were you on hold as Jackson did a SportsCenter update coming out of the break? And I'm wondering, did that inspire you for tonight's game? Just hearing Jackson bring some heat in that update.
I wasn't listening.
That means you have a lot in common with all of St. Louis. So that's a good thing. Robert, best of luck tonight. Thank you for answering the questions that I thought I was going to get slapped around for, and he answered them well. I thought he just didn't like you and the Colton Parayko Beast thing. I guess that was fair.
I'm a little outdated with my information.
Yeah, that's been going on for like 8 years, I think.
Oh, man. So it's new. Okay, so it's newer, Doug. It's a little newer.
It's recent. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert.
All right. See you guys.
It's Robert Thomas with us here on TMA.
I noticed you had him on hold, right? He was on hold, and then you're doing the SportsCenter update, and I was picturing him going, oh, for God's sakes, let's go here. And apparently he wasn't listening.
Was that? Did you revisit SGA going for 51 2 nights ago?
Blues, which was smart.
I think it was, with Robert Thomas on, I mentioned.
Nice little update there.
Thank you. I already told people about Kobe White, so.
Oh, yeah. I was looking at Parayko's games played since he debuted, because I was thinking the guy never really is injured, right? He's never. That's why I call him Beast, Doug. I started doing that about 8 years ago.
Yeah, for a defenseman, blocking shots and everything. It's unusual.
79 games, 81, 82, 80, and then you get into the COVID stuff, and then 80, 79, 82.
That's a durable rear guard.
Oh, my gosh. He is a beast.
Just a bad beat. I really do. I'll say, I don't know how it'll play out on the ice, but I listened to Montgomery yesterday on the fast lane, and also you heard his exchange with Jeremy Rutherford, too, and then listening to Robert Thomas. Whether it's going to carry out on the ice or not, these guys really do believe. I just don't know how you replace, 24 minutes of ice time from a guy who's been one of your most consistent players. I hope. It's been so much fun here over the last couple weeks ago. Holy crap, we might have Stanley Cup playoffs. And then all of a sudden, I'm listening to 101 yesterday afternoon and going, oh, crap, I guess that's not going to happen. Yeah. I'll turn my attention to the 11-1 ass-kicking in Palm Beach from the Natitudes.
That took up much of your day worrying about that?
When Paul DeYoung's hitting 3-run bombs, I get introspective.
There's your future MVP. DeYoung going to cop the MVP now.
The spring has not been real inspiring, I would say.
No.
What specific 14 things don't you like?
Well, the pitching, some of it, and the hitting, some of it.
Mason Wynn is now 1 for 21.
Also, the team had 3 errors yesterday. So some of it's Tim, some of it's fielding, some of it's hitting, some of it's pitching. But I like a few of the other things.
What about special teams?
Special teams.
I thought of him when we were talking about 314 day, because July 9th, 7-9, everybody would make Fisher jokes. And one year he actually tweeted back. Remember that? He's chimed in on it.
Got involved.
Yeah.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That's coming your way at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Which NFL team in the last 5 to 7 years used this as a celebratory song in their stadium?
Can I have initials?
NEP.
NEP. That would be the Northeastern.
Yeah, good.
Eastern Pacific. They've got a team in the league?
That's correct.
It's a regional club?
It's a regional club in the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah, if they can get a team, why can't we get one?
Does anybody sing better than Whitney Houston ever? Is this one of the great voices of all time?
Rich Gould?
Rich Gould, Whitney Houston, Steve Perry.
David Klein.
And David Klein. There's your Mount Rushmore of singers.
Michael Jackson? Just the pop star genre. When you said Pop Star Friday, thinking Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, that's a Madonna.
Celine Dion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shout out to all the
She'd be
Canadians.
right there with her. Yeah.
Celine Dion's alive.
Yeah, for sure.
Pop star. Not a band, right?
But Doug talking about like just greatest vocalists.
Yeah. She's right up there. Whitney Houston would be right up there with the best that's ever done it.
Yeah. They always said that, was it Paul Rogers, Bad Company? They always said he had like the most beautiful voice, best voices in rock. He always got voted. Let's talk about it.
Doug, your Mount Rushmore of Bad Company songs.
Oh, I don't have any.
Is Bad Company on the Mount Rushmore of Bad Company songs?
Yeah.
I just don't.
The band name was also the name of a song, Doug. Think about it.
Okay.
I like that Silver, Blue, and Gold.
Silver and Gold?
Silver and Gold.
No,
Yeah,
Burl
Burl
Ives.
Ives.
No,
Burl
he's gotta be
Ives.
somebody's
that's not what I said.
Tetley tea commercials.
That's not what I said. Silver,
Silver
Blue, and
and
Gold by the great Bad Company.
Getting votes for Britney Spears, possibly meaning she's streaming.
Nice.
That's not staying power, maybe.
Freddie Mercury, Roy Orbison, Kelly Clarkson. These are coming in. Joshua.
Okay. Yeah.
Robert Goulet.
Robert Goulet.
He was a crooner.
He was a lounge singer, right?
Kind of. Vegas lounge singer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Whitney Houston, Celine Dion, I think right there. I think those two.
Yeah.
I think either one.
Babs Streisand.
Guys, when I hear that song from Whitney Houston, it makes me feel like I'm sitting in a car dealership waiting for the salesman to come back and tell me they can only give me $5,000 for my car that's worth $30,000. That's from the part-time Nebraska fan. Doug, so vivid, it's almost like he experienced
Like it just
a
happened
flashback.
earlier this morning.
Like it's kind of background music these days.
Is
Whitney
it?
Houston. Yeah.
It was a signature song in 87, am I right on that?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's a big day for 1987.
Cardinals and Twins. The Twins would have the air conditioning blowing out when they would hit and blowing in when the Cardinals would hit.
Seems almost unfair. It's the kind of thing you'd see at St. Gabe's.
Was that a Bad Boys Pistons year? 87?
I don't know.
No, the Lakers won in 87.
I think the Lake Show got them.
Yeah.
The Lakers won in 80, 82, 85, 87. Celtics came in 81, 84, 86. The only thing in the middle there, Sixers, 83.
Yeah.
Moses.
How about that, Jackson? You got a little NBA.
Yeah.
How's that make you feel?
I feel great.
All
That was
right.
good. That was good knowledge from Martin.
Jackson's been updating the Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you don't have your name saved in here, like I see somebody just texted in Adam Wainwright as the best voice, the 636. Text in now and let Jackson know what name you want to have saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And because you've only got, 35 more minutes before Jackson shuts it down until April 1st, where he will update the names in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. So if you don't have a name, you can get a name. It increases the chance of you get read, like Jake in Kirkwood, who says Carl Lewis has one of the most beautiful voices.
Oh, he tried to sing the national anthem and broke down.
Did he say,
down.
oh boy? Mm-hmm. He kind of had the whole booms goes dynamite. Like knew it was disintegrating while it was happening. Jackson, it might be worth polling. Carl Lewis, the great Carl Lewis, sings the anthem. Did he say, oh, boy? They
cut away. I think it might have been a Bulls game, and Jordan
was
laughing hysterically. It is outstanding.
He tried to hit a high note and couldn't get there. And realized there was nothing left of his voice at all.
All right, here we go.
There we go.
Dirty Harry. Ladies' national anthem.
All right, are we all ready? Here we go.
It's too much.
Oh, say, can you see? And the Rockets, red flag.
He lost it.
I'll make up for it now. Oh, the land of the free.
Oh, Charlie Steiner. This is the Charlie Steiner can't stop laughing. They did you. Michael Jordan had pulled like his jersey over his face, so you couldn't see. Oh no.
Whitney Houston's national anthem at the Super Bowl, one of the greatest ever.
Yeah, that was 1991.
Goal 4-ish.
Yeah.
Josh Groban was good, too.
Bills and Giants. That was the Scott Norwood game, but before he went out there to kick, it was the Whitney Houston game.
I think this one's pretty good.
This is Fergie, isn't it?
Marvin Gaye at an NBA All-Star game, maybe the best ever.
Was better than that Fergie version?
Oh, he was just fantastic.
Better than Whitney Houston?
Right there. Different style, but just really great.
Tim, if it makes you feel better, I texted Robert Thomas, and I said, I don't know if you've heard this, but apparently Keith Kachuk goes by Big Walt. I said, I'll do better. And
is he acknowledged this?
He sent me some emoji smiley faces, laughing. We're trying to move forward. We're trying to move forward.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, 10:50. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. They will take you up to the trade deadline at 2 o'clock. Then on the fast lane, Doug Armstrong will be addressing the media following the deadline at 2:30. So there is your trade deadline detail here on 101 ESPN for the next 4 or 5 hours. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Sharon McKernan with you. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. His passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why he is making sure he gets the best carpet installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in the industry. If you're a carpet installer and intrigued by that opportunity, go to igotfloored.com and come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and check out igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring with 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring, and Michael's Flooring has been growing for over 30 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
2025, we're gonna go all in. Gonna start it off by thumping the Twins. From there on out, it's all downhill. We going, that's on fire. Bill. DeWitt, that is the man at the top. Open them purse strings, tired of the slop. Only got to keep the young ones in there. Play them every day, show you're sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
I just don't get that.
They young gray. They young gray. Oh yeah, boy. They young gray. Mason Wynn.
I mean, Doug, we're 20 days away from the Youngry Birds debuting. Here we go. Fight, Cardinal, beat, Twin.
Yeah.
These guys won vengeance for 1987.
I don't know that any of
that'll be a
them were
factor?
alive in 1987. Is there anyone on the team that would have been? Probably not.
Michaelis, maybe?
If you were born in 90s, you'd be 35, and it's close. Maybe Michaelis is born.
I pictured Victor Scott with headphones on down at Jupiter listening to this because we got the song to him. It's my understanding it was sent.
He loves it.
It was. I don't know. My understanding is it was sent to him. I could just see him over there nodding his head, going, "Now who's this Bill guy? Bill? Wait a minute." He said people are tired of the slop.
Katie Wu with this story in The Athletic this morning, analyzing the Cardinal opening day roster projection. And, you got some spots that are locks at third base and first base. And Brendan Donovan's utility role, Nolan Gorman, Lars Nootbaar, Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker, if he's healthy, of course, starting pitchers. Eric Fetty, Sonny Gray, Miles Michaelis, relievers, Helsley, Romero, Fernandez. All right, that's fine. But then we get into some of the most likelies. Position players, Alec Burleson, Herrera, Pais, starting pitchers, Steven Matz, relievers, Liberatore, King. Now we get into the big questions. And she writes, as advertised before spring, the most critical question for the Cardinals is center field. Siani had the majority of reps there last year, and he's proven a standout defensive player, but Victor Scott's had an impressive spring. Coming into yesterday's game, he was 7 for 12 with a double, triple, and home run, and his elite speed continues to play. The decision between the two would have been tough enough as is, but Nootbaar potentially seeing time in center has complicated things even more, and that's why Scott has seen time in left field. Marmol wants to maximize playing time for all three players in what will be a difficult decision all around. There is no frontrunner for the starting role. That's Katie Wu this morning in The Athletic.
No front runner at center field, she says.
Yes.
Okay. I would think right now Scott's got to be your front runner because he offers you something that no one else on the team does, and that's blinding speed, the potential to steal a whole lot of bases.
I would love it if he gets going, but I think that's my bias as a child of the 1980s Cardinals. By the way, Doug, your guy, Lucan Baker, a delightful gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Lucan Baker could slug himself onto the rosters. 3 home runs lead the team this spring. Baker's limited defensively, but could serve as a power bat off the bench from the right side, a role the Cardinals lacked last year. So maybe
you would think, what else does the guy have to do?
I guess their trepidation would be that if he's not getting a bunch of at-bats consistently, is it better to have him in the minors?
Probably not. I think he's 27.
Yeah, I would say at his age, I think that
we're past that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they're 21, 22, like, I don't want him just sitting in the big leagues. Right. Now you're 27, 28. It's like, just stick around and at least be a threat.
Yeah.
Pleasant enough.
Pleasant gentleman. Mm-hmm.
Nolan Gorman got his eye back.
He does?
Who took his
That would
eye?
be news.
I don't know what that lyric means, but I love it so much.
He got his eye back. And that was not AI generated, the actual lyric.
The lyrics were not, no.
But the singing was.
The singing was.
Martin, you discovered during the commercial break that you were still here, not onboarding.
My phone was blowing up. They're starting the session without me. Well, all right, after the Dan Gretzky call, I thought I owe it to everyone. I got to make up for that. And then we get to Robert Thomas, and then he didn't like my whole, they call Parayko beast. And I said, okay, now I got to make up for that. And all of a sudden I look up, I'm like, oh my God, onboarding.
It's 10:30.
I'm going to get docked. So now I'm going to have an extra day of onboarding. Kind of like kids have school to make up for the snow day.
Probably won't get health insurance now.
I can see that happening.
Just added a day to my onboarding. And I want to get out of the way because it's Chairman Kurt's time to shine.
Oh, how about that? Chairman Kurt's going to slide into the dais. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is coming up at 10:50. Bacon and Ferrario on trade deadline day from 11 to 2. The deadline at 2 p.m. What will the Blues do? You'll hear from Doug Armstrong at 2:30 from Southern California with the Blues taking on the Ducks tonight, which you can hear right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame is at 8. Puck drop at 9. And then the Blues and Kings tomorrow. That is an earlier start. Pregame at 6. Puck drop at 7 p.m. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. It's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And if you are a business owner, did you know that fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not about compliance. It's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. And that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. 1041 in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Some trade deadline news. The Hurricanes have a deal in place to trade Mikko Rantanen to the Stars that is contingent on the winger signing an extension in Dallas, sources are telling ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Well, Marsh's burner's not happy, Doug.
About what?
I'm not trying to ruffle any more feathers, but I tuned out for about 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. Did I miss the fast lane mic drop from Schenn in Clayton / Sanibel / Maui / Michigan? Or has it not been played? I thought Jackson said he was going to get it. Maybe it wasn't good enough for this program, but I thought Schenn from around the globe ripped BK to the moon. Oh. That's from Marsh's burner.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to it. It's a lot of like inside jokes that I didn't get. And if you're listening right now, you might not have listened to BK and Ferrari. You might not listen to the fast lane. You might not get it either.
Why don't you inform the people? You just did with the Sports Center update.
But I don't know the context. I don't know the context either. I can just play it. I mean, I guess over Marsh's burner once. You know. It sounds like he's already heard it though. So why is he like? I don't know. When it played. So do you guys want me to play it? Seems like okay.
Well, I don't care.
No, I don't. Then no. No dice. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I'm going to take a stand.
I think today's been a big day for you, and I think that means Missouri covers tomorrow against Kentucky, and you go to Booch's, and then you go to Peach Pit after dark.
It's nothing against Sharon and Clayton. Great mic drop. Nothing against Marsh's burner. I just don't like. Just because someone like texts in, "Hey, you guys should play something," doesn't mean we have to stop what we're doing.
This guy, he's all grown up, and he's all grown up.
Huh? Like, we're big boys.
No one tells you what to play.
Nobody tells me that anybody repairs a garage door better than Jason Gossrow and Schaefer Door Company. I wouldn't listen if they did. I'd probably scrap with them.
Right, you'd have to throw down.
It's Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER, door.com. What a program we have had today. Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, Robert Thomas on the program, and of course, a wide variety of topics covered on TMA. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast, and you can go to SchaeferDoor.com should you have any door issues, and they set up a number specific for TMA listeners. That number is 636-782-3608. 636-782-3608. That's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. Doug?
Yeah.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh, Happy Fish Friday. Some water cooler chat that I need to run by the fellas in Jackson'sGoodOrBad.com. Why do the Cardinals use regular season uniforms in spring training? Can we bring back the classic red uniform with a simple logo? My guy, the Hammer, says we need to make the boys earn the birds on the bat white uniform with red hat.
Oh.
Is the organization trying to save that much on uniform costs by having players keep the same jersey all year?
Lord.
If they want to sell tickets, bring back two people. The beer vendor who yells, "Who's drinking a king?" And the soda vendor with the infamous tagline, "Anybody want a sody with a free straw?" Doug, that comes from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
I remember those spring training uniforms. They wore them in the 80s and 90s, I feel like. They were red with the STL.
Yeah.
And you
sometimes they wear green on St. Patrick's Day.
That's right.
They've worn a few. I don't stress out too much about the uniforms in the spring.
Jackson, your thoughts on, you love a good uniform take. What about my cousin Vinny's buddy, the Hammer?
Don't hate the take.
What about the Cavs uniforms last night?
I don't know if the Cavs didn't play last night.
2 nights ago.
I don't remember them, to be honest with you.
They look like North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, the land ones. Yeah. I do like those. I do like those.
Do you like the Cleveland Cavaliers looking like North Carolina? It's not even their team colors.
They say the land on them, and they look pretty cool.
It says the land.
Right. Cleveland, the land.
That's what they call themselves now, the land. I don't like that at all.
The Colton Parayko Beast thing.
I don't like that at all.
Sometimes when LeBron brought them a title in 2016, they called it Believe Land, and I like that a lot.
I don't think I ever heard that. The land.
I think there's a 30 for 40 called Believe Land.
Yeah, I think so.
Got to do show prep, man.
Not happy. I
got to do show prep. People are flooding the text line. I need to know this context to this drop, and I didn't know. My apologies.
Well, what's going on?
The mic drop. I didn't know the context to it, and people were pointing it out.
If you listen to your colleagues' other shows, you know the inside jokes. I'm glad I at least entertained Marcia's burner. Happy weekend to him. That's Sharon in Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
My hand is up. I got to be accountable of myself. I should have known.
I was listening to Fast Lane all day yesterday.
It's my bad. What it is my bad.
And Clayton.
I thought that
was that an email or a text?
That was a text.
Oh, it doesn't count.
Suspender, maybe?
Scratch it out.
Guys, Plops here. Jumping back to the 7 o'clock hour, I am 100% with Doug in that I want nothing to do with Fenton Trivia Night, people. Thanks for saying it, because Lord knows we've all been thinking it. If Riverside Golf Course were a woman, it would be a Fenton Trivia Night woman. Short, flat, covered in mud, and smells like the Merrimack?
Oh, come on.
That's from Misty Plops, consistently voted Oakville's #1 man. There's a poll in Oakville ranking men?
I've heard that.
Wouldn't Patty Maroon always be up there?
You would think. Misty Plops.
I, too, have Tim's text number, but I won't text him about a frivolous email of the day complaint. I'm saving my next text for Tim for when I asked him to be my best man at my upcoming nuptials, because the way I sees it, you like that?
I don't mind. It's kind of old school.
There is no better man. But this email is about me getting some strange before she sinks her hooks into me. Well, I take whatever I want. And Doug Vaughn, I want you. You give me something I need. Now I got something solid for you. Come on and do it.
Okay,
Come on,
that's enough.
What you do. Well, it's 10:52 and I want Doug. A Doug that's going to break me in two. Don't hang me up in your doorway. Don't hang me up like you do. Come on and do it. Come on and do what you do. I can't engulf enough of you, Doug.
Oh.
That's from Peter. He has a middle initial of N, and then the last name is Zidham.
Kevin Miller. That's who it was. Kevin Miller. Government name.
Let's get a few things straight. The Baldwin beer bitch is actually from Chicago, and we don't care about the opinions of outsiders around these parts. In one single call, she trashed Fenton, denigrated Chairman Kurt's beloved Jefferson County, and hurled hosannas upon New York and L.A. Imagine leaving the friendly confines of the Windy City and moving to Baldwin. For context, Baldwin's nicest restaurants are Texas Roadhouse and Lion's Choice. Rumor has it Rockwood school cafeterias serve nothing but cold hot dogs and ramen noodles every day because the townsfolk have grown so accustomed to, quote, poor people food. The Little League baseball teams are sponsored by Nautica and Marlboro Reds, for crying out loud. Is that true? They have Marlboro Reds sponsoring, Doug?
I just haven't checked on that.
Even people from Eureka don't want to be associated with Baldwin. The whole town smells like a crusty old Vera Wang comforter. If you want to see where real men reside, head over to Kirkwood and peep the majestic barn off. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, ours is the type of presentation where a beer bitch originally hailing from outside St. Louis and now living in Baldwin feels free to drop in at any time and pontificate about how our region's caste system and collective parochial nature are part of what holds us back, while simultaneously dunking on residents of Jefferson County and Festus. I think the beer bitch made some good points, as did Doug and Tim, and as someone who has lived here most of my life but has also traveled to dozens of other cities that have passed us by over the last 10, 25, 100 years, I'll chime in now on the Donnybrook discussion. While it's certainly true that many of our best and brightest need to leave St. Louis to realize their potential, and the greats that stick around for the most part want to no part of the fecal wrestling match? There's a fecal wrestling match?
Oh, I hope not.
That is local politics. When evaluating our mediocre leadership over decades/centuries, I often think of a line from Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, when Delbert Grady tells Jack Torrance, "You always been the caretaker. It doesn't seem to matter who we elect. They always let us down. And that's because it's difficult to bridge divides, but it's easy to blow up the bridge of your rival. Even the people with the most to lose are not pulling in the same direction because of the fractured city-county divide. We developed a central corridor in the county while downtown continues to rot, and because so many of us can just retreat to our enclaves, there's no real impetus to make things better." Okay, gotta go now. I need to meet with my financial advisor to liquidate my assets in order to ship the entire roll on St. Gabriel's in the CYC city-county basketball tournaments. That's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have.
Swope.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, what's your guy?
I wasn't just crazy about any of them, but I'll vote for Buck Swope.
I like Misty Plop's comparison to Riverside.
Did you?
Go Misty Plops.
Okay. I also really liked Misty Plops.
Misty Plops is getting my vote as well. Misty Plops is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Misty Plops is known to peak around the Lenten season. So this is something, you got your first fish fry tonight. A lot of people focused on Lent and the fish fries. Misty Plops playing really well in Lent. Always has. That's fun to see.
Tommy Izzo in March. Misty Plops around Lent.
Thank you.
Was he the one that dropped Eucharistic Minister My Ass Line?
I think so.
It was. 100%.
I thought it was DJ Gabe.
That might be the same.
I don't know. We have what might be a hot news breaking update. Martin Kilcoyne, on his way to onboarding, is reporting it looks like Bristol's restaurant is on fire.
Oh, no.
Is that why I heard fire alarms?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Scary stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of a landmark restaurant in this area on Holland. Pretty cool.
Yeah. Hope everyone's okay.
BK and Ferrari are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elva Vaughn, and Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.